to get a news update, my brother Tunto Spoon. You want to know what is happening, my brother Tunto Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just Tunto Spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. Kilibamba, what I want? Yes, what you got today? Yes, what you got today?
Okay, folks. So welcome to another edition of the program Spoon Talk, live on Spoon 107.5 FM. Fabric 101.1 FM, Super 95.5 FM, and we are also live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, as well as all of our online platforms and YouTube as well. To get us on YouTube, all you need to do is to search for Spoon Talk on YouTube. You will definitely get the program. My name is Aaron Kuban. I'm your sound producer as regularly, we on the Thursdays edition of the program, and sometimes we fit in for our colleagues. So someone will ask, "Why were you here on Sunday?" Yes, we sometimes fit in for our colleagues, but it's great to be here tonight. There are lots of things happening. Critical issues to talk about tonight. As usual, the team will come and they will speak about those. Major issue that turned to shift the democracy of our country for the better. And so, what's happening on Capitol Hill? What's happening? I know at the mansion and other places. Those major things will be said. But first, we afford you the opportunity to speak to your leaders. We afford you the opportunity to speak on some critical national issues, those issues that are so much paramount to the fall march of our country. And so tonight, as usual, we'll go to the lines and take your calls. I'm going to pin a WhatsApp number for the diaspora folks there, but let me send this caveat that the number I'm going to pin is you are only going to call this WhatsApp number when I'm here. Yes, because it can be easy for some of us, not on the show and the show is ongoing at a different time and people calling you. So we hope that I'm going to pin this number, and it is my expectation that when I'm now on the show, please do not call. It's only intended for tonight for the folks in the diaspora. So let's do it this way here tonight, and this is the number, and no, let me do it this way, and then we will call it for those that are listening to us by means of radio. We will announce the number, but let me pin it. Okay, so the final number is the number you can call on WhatsApp, and we will take your calls, and then you can call us. Those of you listening to us on the radio, you can call on 07777 1075 or 0555 101075 are the numbers to call and be live. For those of you following by way of the television, you can call the WhatsApp number if you are not in the country, and we will definitely put you through on WhatsApp. Let me see. This gone Sunday, my WhatsApp was giving some issue. So let me make sure all is set so that okay. So let's take the very first person tonight. Welcome. You are live. Let's hear you.
Hello.
Hello. What's that branding issues that you want to talk about tonight?
I'm my old man Teresa. I want to talk about Federation of Transport Union. Way back.
Very good. Quiet man. What you want to talk about?
The Federation of Transport Union, when we were working with them, we used to make $50, 50 cents. And now they for making plenty of money and they're not doing nothing. So I'm appealing to the next government and coming that Federation of Transport Union must go on a transport. Because the money that our people making, it can even pay the government in Liberia here.
Okay. Thank you.
Then I'll come to the marketing situation because I worked with them before.
All right.
They pay people too. They're supposed to pay people there, people to say that they're in the next time. We now people to say that they're in the next time because they can get money. But they don't do nothing with it. So the next government, I want the government to come in to see about those two sectors. I'm Omar Teresa calling from Soul Clinic.
Thank you, ma. Just for the point that Omar made just now, I will open one line for our Omar. The number I come call only woman, only female should call this number 0776 049985. Just for that, very good point the Omar raised. So that's more female call 0776 049985. Tonight, if I don't focus on the general line, no problem. I will focus more on this line 0776 049985. Only for female. Let me take this person. Hello, welcome.
Thank you. I call from District 6. Samuel Baba calling from District 6.
All right.
Thank you for the show, my dear brother. The evening. But let me say this. Those that are saying about protest against the economic government, you guys show the Liberian people in this country. They say you want to protest 3 months. 3 months. They say a servant cannot take salary in this country. Then you say you want to protest against the economic government. You know the kind of problem that you are trying to create for the economic government. You guys have to pay the people in 3 months' time. Then you say you're going to protest. For what? On what? They say that you're going to protest in the country against Jordan Human Pocket. The incarcerated man. So I want to know to the people that are planning a protest, saying that we're going to protest the people that pray. What you guys get to tell the Liberian people? But before I close, let me just say this. Something is going on with the proper defender. They are picker who cannot see that picker any longer. We heard one of their men today on OK event saying that they stole the picker. So there are the three people that want to come to say, oh, Jordan Human Program will be corrupt, Jordan Human Program will be there. So we want to ask them that a technical picker that is sold. We want to know who the sold that picker to. Today we want to know. So we don't want for them to come to say Jordan Human Program government is corrupt. We don't want to hear that from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me tell this person who supposedly is a female. Welcome. Hello? Hello? Yo, you're not live, yo. Just wait small. I don't know what happened with that line, yo. Oh. Yeah, you are. Hello?
Yeah, I call it. Yeah, I want to spoon talk.
Yeah, you are live on Spoon Talk. They number for female. Go ahead.
Can we talk about calling from Carwell District?
Okay, go ahead, Teresa.
So I want to know who will go protest against Human Program. I really want to know who will go protest against Human Program. The 2 years will get a lot of Buka. The boy comes down, Labrador will be with him. Labrador is free. They can't do nothing. The wrath of God will be with them. They will go on a road and settle. Where am I myself? God always set them to develop the country. No matter what they do, that still will not come to pass. We tired. God always cover the Johnny River. will enjoy this. You will enjoy life in Liberia. No weapon will form against our own will prosper. Then our cost Jehovah coach you, anything they do, they will be in vain. The woman call couple with the blood of Jesus. No demon from hell can hammer him. Thank you very much. Thank you for our number. Will you call them? I thought you call it on spoon that way. But you have to go. To go. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, my son.
Yeah, man.
My Esther.
My Esther, go ahead.
Yeah. The thing now, my friends say, they're about the transport union.
Mm-hmm.
My son and the market that Corwell Junction, that $100 every day, $100 every day the market every day that $100 that $1 I talk you $100 every day.
The Broad Marketing Association can take for you.
Oh, $100 every day that one show woman can collect.
All the plenty market tables.
$100 like outside there, $100 every day in the market.
They can do the work. I wasn't better you're giving them the money for they can do the work.
They're parking there. Who know what that money went? Then they transport. See, any bus can pay. You will pay like $100 or like $80 or like $200. It depends on the bus. You will go. Then you go. You pay the same thing when I read there. You load there again. You will pay. Then you come back again. You will pay. You go anywhere to any parking where get parking rate there 0.4 in town, water south, you will pay that money. There you go, you will pay. You load to that place, you will pay. You come back again, you will pay.
Yeah.
You go to that
place. Almost a toll bridge.
No way. When rain falling, our market there, it on the rain. No parking station, no place to put your food, the road carrying it, nowhere to park, nowhere to stand. So now we'll go sell out to the full of people's store. That money will not go play one, yeah.
All right, ma.
That money.
You're sorry to know. I'm taking more female. All right, thank you, ma. I'm taking more female.
Hello.
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 Just lower the radio small, yeah, man. Just lower the radio.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, quiet.
My name Harriet. I'm calling from Carwell.
All right, let's hear you, ma.
That's the thing the old man said, Twala, from Carwell Junction to Kuwait. Each person that $100, you riding wheelbarrow, you selling the wheelbarrow, $100, you get paid on your head, $100. That money is going to the governor. The governor like packaging. Christmas season, $200. They packing there. That money enough for them, enough for sweeping. Enough for nothing. They take away, they divide it, they eat it. So I wonder when the government come up, LMA, they should stand strong behind LMA because another corrupt organization there. The corruption on the road is too much.
Liberia Marketing Association.
Liberia Marketing Association. $100. How they $200 they can collect from one person.
All right, ma. Thank you.
I'm telling there. I'm telling you.
All right, ma. We hear you. Yeah, tonight we're hearing from our old man. 0776 049985. That number, this number is only for female, only women. Yeah, we'll use it 30 minutes here to hear from a female. You're sorry. Welcome.
Yeah, how you doing?
Fine, thank you. Let's hear you.
I even told me from Fiji.
Go ahead. Go ahead, let's hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, you're on a land to bow. You're land to bow and ready that town. So, but you're land by. I'm getting anything from you. Sorry.
Yeah, man.
Yo, sorry. I don't know what is happening, man. Yeah, so sorry. 077604. Well, let's take one person from the general line before the manager can't get fair with me. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, you are live.
My name is Andy N. Siaka, and I phone from Johnsonville Township this evening.
Go ahead, Siaka.
Uh, Let me say thank you. One of the greatest things that's on my mind has to do with Yeke Koluba. If you check, Joseph Walker been vice president for 12 years, and I think Koluba needs to respect this old man. When he had his money to give for the humanitarian, I really don't think Yeke should continue with this kind of attitude. He's a lawmaker that people respected. People left their various districts to support him because President Weah and the entire CDC were fighting him. So people had that sympathy for him and they went to the district. When Yeke tried to put himself in order, we're making sure that he gives this leadership a high respect, more especially Ambassador Joseph Yema Braka. And before I drop the line, on the day, who say he got 100,000 men to go and protest? You have 100,000 men in PUA in the selling vote. In the selling vote in PUA.
Okay,
You have 12 years as a representative. You did not bring you have 6 years for presidency. You did not bring World Clan. But you guys start joking with us. Their reign is over and another group that will take over. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. We will take more of the females. Let's take this person. Welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
You getting me now?
I'm getting you now.
Okay. I'm calling from.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Where like the party go at the market was practice the policy of la patent that is the market. The young boy and the people. Because they but they pay their fee. The market of the enemy are very one for very dissolved themselves. They might be enemy. All that one and the other cheese, every one of them. The one who was the government to do cheese, everybody on our LNC because they not even work to be market tier association for the country. They saw the market too much. Only after money, they get time for the people here. All they don't know for their money. They will pack the debt, but they collecting. I want to have for the people every day. And the one the market left from where they went, Omega, they can't buy passport because they were to take it. And now you say that, my brother, no restriction. When they also got the goodness, so I'm asking the government to get the market right back to Omega. They will go back to Omega. I'm a point.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
More female will call tonight. We're doing this up to 9 o'clock. Good morning. Good evening. Welcome.
Hello?
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yes, I'm Jeanette Mary calling from Marshall.
Okay. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I want to bless God today. I'm opportune to call on Spoon Network. I want to say to the Liberian people that the coming of this man, our president-elect, is divine. I want the Liberian people to hear me clear and loud tonight. Anyone that will want to disrespect this president-elect, they are tampering with God. Because this man have been anointed, this man coming into power, it was not just ordinary. It was divine by God. It was destined by God since 2017. Liberian people hear me and hear me tonight. And we pray that as he comes to power, that God will give him the grace. God will give him the strength. God will give him the power to do what God has destined for him.
Okay.
And we want to pray that he coming into power, God will give him long life. That at the end of the 6th year, the devil will be put to shame and God will be glorified. Thank you for having me tonight.
Okay. Let's take another person here. Hello, welcome.
Hello?
Hello?
My name is Mama Johnson. I'm calling from 3rd Street.
All right, go ahead, Mama.
Yeah, what on my mind is about the right business. Just stop the right business. The rice, the spoon rice.
Oh, we're giving that right up for the Christmas. So
Yeah, there's no guy I get time. Need to get getting you. I've been calling you almost 5 months ago.
sorry. Maybe they will do another one again. Just keep listening to the radio.
All right. Thank you.
All right, let's take another person here. We're bringing this up. Let's take another female.
Hello?
Yeah, you're sorry. We're taking our old money. Welcome. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Louis Cooper calling from GSW.
Okay.
Yeah, what on my mind is that the new government are coming. We want to appeal that the swing state start paying more than the citizen. There are some trucks that can pass over the citizen in a day. It is very bad, and they can be on speed. So at least our country not developed to get different rules for those trucks. But at least the way they used to get a special hour to run on the road. Now the new government are coming also to the city. And the next thing on my mind, Igbo is increasing like Roye. But there are some other people that will just kind of put building down, unfinished building. It just like that. In the next, somebody can do all that building. They just everything wide open. At least if the new government can do that, you put that building that you're not ready yet to complete it, you put windows and doors to protect that place. Nobody will sit down there in the day and anybody. So the two things are on my mind.
Yeah. See, it's very little things, but they matter a whole lot. Yeah. Welcome. Hello. You are live on the radio.
Yeah, I'm Queen Kilima from Upper Corway.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, on my mind, I've been fighting hard to see nursing and Damo. I went there the last Sunday in last month, and I was not able to see them. So I'm begging you, I want to see two of them.
Okay.
I was on my mind.
Yeah, they're working here. When you come here, you see them. They're always here. So maybe you got to call them before you come. I don't know where we go, on the feed sometimes.
All right,
man. Okay. We got about 6 minutes to do this. Hello?
Yeah, my name is Nora Johnson P from Profit District 17.
Yeah.
I have two major concerns. The first one, we're appealing to the new government. They big trucks and they killing the citizens of District 17. I think on Monday, they kill a young pastor from District 17 and they ran away and nothing came out of it. And my second concern is we are appealing to the government to please bring current to District 17. We in the darkness with $50 for one arm current every month. So we are appealing to the government that when they come to power, they should please support District 17. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. You see, tonight they call something very interesting tonight. Welcome.
Hey, how are you?
Fine.
I'm Mom Felicia calling from Crown Hill.
All right, Mom Felicia.
I'm so excited that we should spoon tonight. I've been calling for a long time. Well, we're really on my mind. I just want to get a little advice to Yeke. Hello?
Yeah, I'm getting you.
Okay. I want to get advice to Yeke. Yeke, I beg you. I take you like a brother. Because of you, the insulting things they give you, what all people said about you, that you're never going to be a senator. I left my district to go and vote for you, just for you to win. Please leave our papi alone. We're begging you, Yeke. We respect you too much. Start calling press conference every night and then insulting the papi, telling the one you did to open is small, you do it. I'm begging Yeke. I know he listened to Spoon tonight. Please, Yeke. For your business, people say, all of the people I left my district to vote for you. Yeke, please, I beg you. Please leave the papi alone. Let he do when he get in power. Let he do what he can do. I know that he will do something good for this country because the prophecy came, and I know it will come to pass. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's take. We'll do this. We'll have
No, that's it. That's it. We're done. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a guest in studio. That's it. Thank you.
Yes, already.
Let me say something, Guadu. I know I met you. I don't see there's a need for us people to beg Yeke though. I don't think people want to beg Yeke. Yeke carry on what he want to carry on.
It's a Liberian cultural stint, and that begging.
Yeah, I mean, if the man want to be foolish, the man can be foolish continuously.
I won't call him foolish. I would just say Yeke is doing what Yeke does. I just see Honorable Senator Prince Johnson. Sir, welcome to the show.
The Prince Yedu Johnson?
Yes, that's the senator from Nima County, senior senator.
The senator from Nima County and the guest tonight from Nima County, the Honorable Tak Wangbe.
Yes, sir. And I see my sister Orisa Momo. How Orisa? How you doing, Mama? Yawala Jala. Oh, my own Jew. How you doing, Mama? Everything. Jerry Dubley. But yo, I want to, Gina Davis. Welcome to the show. I see Naomi Herman. I see Mary Chia. I see Precious Satya. Othello Grisby. How you doing? Oh, my brother Baker Renzi. Francis. We are per Campbell per. They get always on time. I get A+ in the class. You miss one, I'll pass you.
No, not because you're on time, you get an A+.
Let me come on.
No, she took the exam and she missed 76. She missed 76. Then you say you get an A+. You can't do that, man. I'm not gonna pass teacher you ask.
Patricia White, I see Charles J.S. Young.
You have somebody come to school every day, you get an A+.
Gregory Bedell,
is that a special interest?
Prince Yalagan, I want to have been there, G.
The only female you gave me A+ though.
And Triple Coney, I see over at Rosalind Williams.
I went stupid here, man. Nobody's stupid here.
Darcy Kambu, how you doing, UJ? Clark, hey, Mama, how you doing, UJ? Everything.
You get Michael here every day. You get Michael A+. That's somebody that can because.
I suppose we get Michael A+. Michael got B man on in school. Is I giving B man on? Gamin Kessley, how you doing, Gamin? Everything. Olivia, First Lady Down, Thuggy. Now we First Lady for Mama. I know Marcia, Search Mobile.
And the woman name.
Oh, they got one lesson not begin. Even lesson not do another lesson not begin. We got.
Man, what did I play only one time? From beyond MTA.
MTA. You know that's something that people gonna start doing. They play where you grow and born. I play from.
Yeah, but they say you from. I remember I went to that place one time, but I was popping there from there, but they say, "Oh, you met from anyway."
I see Matthew Green. I see David Bayou. I see Charles Travis. Rachel Prowl. I see over here. Let me look over here. I see
Gamet Kessley.
Go tour. There you go. Go ahead, do something.
Grace Newark. But listen, Aaron, where's the guest? I saw you in the back and he went off. We need to start the show. It's 4:00.
I mean, you gotta give me my 5 minutes or big you.
Yeah, I will, but I need to see the guests on. I will bring them, man.
Yeah. Godfrey Lamin Kadi, how you doing? Nathan Gongwe, Hawkins Reeves G, Grace Newar. Hi, Gracie. How you doing, ma? Elizabeth Kamara, Abraham Fatuma Sharif, Rosalind Williamson, I think I said her name, Sam Sie, Kima Batu, Yoga Cully, Sam, let me look over here, Abigail Laval. How you doing? Emmanuel Charles Bowo, Ruth Goba, how are you? Sita Herman, Monica Honor, Political Cooper passed away. Mr. Passed away, how you doing? I see.
That bitch that picking pay the $50 he said you're going to pay. Political Cooper passed away. Wait, no, wait back. Where they pick it at? Political Cooper passed away. He said,
I move the flag. You see the thing?
Flag stay there, but you move the flag all the way back.
I said I move the flag.
Why you turn the flag outside that? I thought the flag supposed to be.
No, I left my flag.
I remember you disgracing the country, my man.
I'm disgracing the country. I flag to be.
Face the flag appropriately, We get an honorable man coming, he will speak to that flag.
Let's speak to the flag.
What happened? That you the guest? We gotta bring the guests on. The issue here is that we gotta bring the guests on because he got another scheduled appointment at 10 o'clock our time, and that will be 5 o'clock our time. Time one way. Hey.
Oh, that's a great time one way, yeah. First I seen the man in person. Well, not in person, but you know what I mean.
First I seen the man.
My first I seen the man.
Man, it's a zigizag. That's how they call it, man. Zigizag.
Welcome to the show, bro.
Welcome to the show, Ty. How you doing,
nice Representative? How you doing?
How you doing, bro?
Good, man.
I'm well. Thank you so much.
I'm starting early because you have another appointment coming up at 10 o'clock your time, which will be 5 o'clock our time over here. So, Eduardo and myself are going to start with you. And I know that Richardson is coming, Stephen Johnson is coming, and the rest of the team. Abula Mame.
Oh, my boy, Steve will be here.
Yes,
he will be here. He's driving home after pushing Khartoum. Yeah. And we have, how you call him, Fagon is coming. So, wherever they meet us, where to meet us. I mean, I want to say this to you. A lot of folks listening to you tonight, especially from the camp of Richard Cohn and that of Funanti Kofa. We have another two individuals, two representatives who will be speaking to that after your presentation tonight, and they will have to counter you and make some strong argument as to why your candidate is not the best candidate. So give it your best shot. Welcome to the Spoon Talk.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Stanton. And thank you to the Spoon family. It's good to be here. I'm actually in the studio. It's amazing. This is my first time being in the studio. And I must say thank you for the work you guys did here and the team you have here. So I will say thank you. You know, we won this election October 10th, right? We went to elections. One of the things that I looked at in the election was to take a step back and understand how the last 6 years happened and how are we going to look at the next 6 years. And one of the immediate things I recognized in terms of my study, because we did some study on it, and we pinpointed a few things, indicators that show that these are the reasons why Liberia was what it was under President Weah. In fact, we had situations where when we interviewed some people said they felt like, quote unquote, the third President Weah had, quote unquote, good heart, but the people, how he have good heart and the people he has around him, they're not that good. There were a lot of different things people said. It was qualitative. But one of the things that stuck to me was the fact that people said there was no real separation of power in the last 6 years. And coming into this space, I ran as an independent. No one, I didn't run on any party ticket. I didn't support any of the major political parties, as you know. I didn't endorse any candidate. So when I took a step back, I decided for good governance, we need an independent legislature. Because if you don't have an independent legislature, what happens is that if you have, and we saw it over the last 6 years, and Liberian people voted against it, by the way, that Honorable Chambers, when the House wants to call for any sort of like meeting to hold someone accountable, Honorable Chambers will stagnate the process because maybe somebody, one of the president boys will call and say, my man, X, Y, and Z, blah, 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 whatsoever, and then you say, man, do that thing. These are the things that happen in the government that we have right now that's going in and out. So from my perspective, when I saw that, I said, no, we need an independent legislature. And this is why I chose to support Funanti Kofa. And I believe we need that for the country. It's a good thing for the country. I also look at separation of power. You remember, let's take a step back. If we can recall that our constitution is modeled after the U.S., right? We have separation of power, branches of government, similarly, right, as the U.S. And within the U.S. system, I think it was JFK who nominated his own brother, right? You remember that?
Yeah, as his AG.
Yeah, AG, right? And it became a big deal. That's when they started to put forth this law called the not employing your own family. Right. So we have a situation here where right now in Liberia, Liberian people, they have actually said, we don't want bad governance. We don't want corruption. We don't want this. We don't want that. And yet we have a situation where I'm so disappointed to see people pushing the fact that the speakership should come from the Unity Party. If I was the Unity Party, I wouldn't even be pushing that. I would not. You just won by 1%. Let me remind you, 1%. I'm an independent lawmaker.
I mean, it's going to be rough tonight, but make your case. Make your case.
But that's what it is. And this is why
you say that Unity Party shouldn't even think about that, and then we'll finish.
So this is can you hear me, by the way? Okay. yes, I said you shouldn't even think about it because it sends a wrong message. And I had a call from a friend of mine that works at the Foreign Policy magazine, asking questions about the speakership election. The speakership election, Foreign Policy magazine, talking about what Liberia went through over the last 6 years and what Liberia is going to be going through over the next 6 years. We had serious challenges with corruption over the last 6 years. In fact, as a matter of fact, you can sit with the USG without them bringing the word corruption up, without them bringing transparency, accountability. And we are here sitting down and saying that the executive and the people who are holding the government accountable, they should be coming from the same political party. It sends the wrong message, very wrong message. So I'm here today for a few things. One, talk about what we're going to be doing for our people in the district, to also talk about the fact that we're supporting Fernando Kofa. I believe people want to talk about the character of a man, but I'm not focused on that. I'm focused on governance. So if we focus on governance, we'll talk about governance. If we focus on personality, then we're going to not talk about, we're not going to have an interview. Let's talk about governance. And this is why I believe Funati is the best person for the Republic of Liberia right now to serve as speaker. Thank you.
All right, so welcome to the Spoon Talk. Again, I will welcome you 100 times today. Your district is what? District number? Which district?
9.
District number 9, Nimba County. Thank you. D9, Nimba County. Listen, yeah, but it's important for us to know, though. Duadu, I know, somebody just sent me a text. I said, stand on. I beg you, tell one way to wait for me. I don't know if he can wait because, I mean, it's in a car. These people are hearing these things. They are coming angrily right now from the Richard Coons side. They want to come on and have this argument with you. I don't know whether we should allow it, but they are disagreeing with you, Ty. So can you hear us?
Ty can hear loud and clear. He's good.
Ty, you can hear us? Nah.
Oh, okay.
I think he need a headset. Magic Aaron, your gift the representative. Can you hear us? No? Aaron. Oh boy. Aaron, who is in the studio? Ty, can you hear us?
I think somebody there trying to help him, but I'm not sure whether.
Yeah, but the producer, they can have my head.
Hey, my brother, my man, how you doing?
Doing good.
Yeah, are you good?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay, good.
The AC is not on, though.
But ask the reporter, why they keep you in the heat? Can you tell the reporter? Let me see his face real quick, please.
No, it's okay. Don't worry.
No, can I talk to the reporter, the producer?
No, it's okay. It's okay. No, it's okay. Let's go. Let's focus.
No, are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you. It's the producer in studio.
He's here.
All right. Can you tell him to come on? Because the radio cannot talk to him. Aaron, can you come on? He's not picking up his phone.
Aaron. Who's Aaron? Okay. So we haven't technical issues here. It seems.
All right, but if you can yell, let's continue on the show. I just want to make sure we're on the radio. Again, folks, you can join us on Spoon, Fabric, Super, and all the other relays. We're going to have a rough conversation with the honorable man, representative of District Number 9, Ta Wangwe Nimba Kante. Mame, welcome to the show. Dwalu, I want to bring you in because I want to be.
I think it's taking longer. I think there's a
delay there.
The time you speak and the time he hears you.
There's a delay. And hopefully he's getting it
exactly.
Yeah, we're not hearing him.
Yeah, the producer definitely got to come on.
But should I have the conversation why they set up the representative? Dwalu, let's know what I mean. Sometimes I don't even want to call the man representative. I just said time because I want man. But I have to say representative. But Dwalu, though, he's coming out strong and supporting. He's coming out strong and supporting Falati Kofa.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, if can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but hold on a second. Yeah, you're coming in, Todd. Just 1 second. Honorable Wongwe has the right to support in the strongest way possible Honorable Fanati Kofa. But what Honorable Tai Wongwe does not have the right to is to tell us not to ask him certain questions because he feels that they're not going to be important. I would vehemently disagree with that. He has his position. He can choose to answer those questions or not answer them, but he can limit us what we can ask. That's the only thing I want to say to Honorable Nangwe here. Stanton, you're muted.
Not only is he not saying that he's supporting Fanati Kofa, but he's saying that Unity Party should be ashamed of themselves.
Yes.
and what else? No.
That way is bad. I'm not hearing you guys clear.
Amen.
It's really shaking. It's not. You know.
Okay. But yeah, hold on 1 minute, Honorable. Let me call.
Call to the studio.
Yeah.
Senior?
We're hearing you intermittently, Honorable Wongwe. It's going in and out. I don't know why it's doing that. The boys in the studio, hopefully they can come in.
And if for some reason they just don't pick up the phone. Aaron.
Can you continue?
Yes, sir. 1 second. Aaron, my man, I don't make the show doorbell.
Dwalu, are you hearing Stanton?
I'm not hearing Stanton. He's muted. I don't know if the audience.
Okay, he's on the phone.
If the audience can hear me, just give me. Say yes, we can hear you guys. And so me and Meme can be talking a little bit. Meme, why?
I beg you. So we switching the honorable man. The internet is fluctuating. We are straight switching him. We're gonna sit on the other computer, and then we have a better show. I believe the folks are hearing us now.
Yeah,
again, we'll make unnecessary adjustment because we cannot allow Taiwan Way to escape us tonight.
Yes.
Yeah, he came firing.
And that's good. I mean, Stanton, this is the Spoon Network. People come here, they come on an A game, and then sometimes we just have to make sure we put them in the proper box. And then we ship them back.
But what will you make of the fact that he said Unity Party shouldn't even dream about sending it? You know, it's not getting me to today. You know, you're right. I'm not mad at his supporting Fanati Kofa, but to say that Unity Party, you're chill. You don't bring this thing up yet. I mean, he need to explain.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm saying. Let my brother, Mama, come here. He hasn't spoken yet, Mama.
Me, I mean, I'm waiting for time.
You know time.
Yeah. I'm waiting for time. Let me wait for time.
You got it?
Are we on now?
Yes, we can hear you talking. You hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Beautiful.
So before we get started, again, I told you I have a.
Yeah, you gotta go in for the 5 minutes. I know.
For the 5 minutes, so I'll be going for 5 minutes.
Yes.
Before you get on, let me set the basis again because I think some people didn't hear me clearly when I started, and I heard Dwalu saying something. So I want to be very clear around this. A few things. One, as I mentioned, you reached out to me today. You said, invited me to the show, right? And I said I'm supporting Honorable Kofa. People say don't go to Spoon because Spoon is the opposition. I'm in the belly of the beast. And I'm here to tell you that Funati will be the next speaker.
That's good.
Thank you very much.
So what kind of opposition we can be? We are not. You're independent. I'm independent. The network is an independent network.
Because that's how it's portrayed, right? If you are not supporting people that you because you are not an independent media, Spoon. You are UP, propaganda media.
No, we are
so
I'm
independent. So because I'm not supporting UP, I'm an opposition. So if I'm treated like an opposition, I will react like an opposition.
That's fine.
No, but we good. Let's start with a conversation about Fonati Kofa. And again, let's just be right. We are all who we are. We are Liberians. We're here to discuss the issue. This is an independent media, but I support Jose Yimabwaka. I'm not a Unity Party supporter. I support Jose Yimabwaka. You go the other way, we can have a good conversation. And by the way, you know me very well. I like your style. I like you because the fact is that you're a young man like us. We want the best for Liberia. So when you decide to run in District Number 9, Nima County, we appreciate the fact, and we believe that you will do better in that district for the people of Nima and Liberia. Let's come to the conversation, Tal. Let's talk about this speakership, which of course scheduled for Monday, the 15th of January. This is huge. Right now, you are declaring you are supporting Fonati Kofa. Okay, give me one reason. I will start the question. Don't tell me about the party. Fonati Kofa and Richie Kun. Why Fonati Kofa and not Richie Kun?
Thank you. I don't know Richard Cohn, to be very honest with you. Fonati didn't come to me to ask me to support him. Let me put it on the record. And I'm speaking here today as Representative-elect Tawongbe, but I'm also speaking here as the chair for the strategic committee to elect Honorable Kofa on Monday, and he will be elected. We will make sure that this country runs the way it should run. For 6 years, let me tell you, this is me. I was never in government. If I was an opposition, if everybody knows this, I was an opposition. I was not opposition to the CC government. I was an opposition to bad governance. I've always said it. And I will always be an opposition, and I will always be allergic to bad governance. If I got into politics to play the same game, then why am I in politics? Our people are suffering. I come from a district that is very rural. When I go to my district for 1 week, 2 weeks, no network, no road network. Our people are suffering. It's so bad. I cried the last day of the campaign. I know what I'm talking about. This country will sit in Monrovia and think that everything is fine. I have colleagues. I've gone to Sano. Other colleagues in the district. The district remote so much so that you can't even take cars. Most of my district, the rural part of you cannot take car. Seriously, you have to ride bikes for 3, 4, 5 hours. And we sit in Liberia. We were in B. Please bear with me for a second. We're in B. I saw a pregnant woman on walking.
Whose cell phone is that? Or who phone? Is that the studio?
Yeah, the studio. Yeah.
Go ahead, Ty.
This pregnant woman, her child literally was almost dying. She was walking. I got down from the back. Other people got her from the back, and we gave her a bag so she can go back and she can go to the clinic. These are the conditions I see. And I'm asking myself, 6 years of this? No, we cannot do that. I owe it to my people. I don't owe it to you, Stanton, or anybody on this show. I owe it to my people. My people are the ones who voted for me. And when I went back to them, they told me not to support anybody in the second round. I didn't. When I went back to them, I asked them about the speakership. They said, we don't want to see him 6 years. We want something new. We will respect the wishes of our people. And I'm going by the wishes of my people. And the fact that by electing someone on the same party as the president, as the executive, as a speaker, we are going to be crippling the democracy that we are pushing. Then why are we here? Why are we here, Stanton? You know it. You're in America. I lived in America there. I was in Jersey. You know this. We are not new to this. Separation of power. Why can't we just honor those basic tenets
And I see, well, I say you people shouldn't think about it. I'm not saying that they shouldn't think about it. I'm saying we all have been pushing good governance. Tai Wongwe will never sit there and allow Honorable Fodanti Kofa to make bad decisions for Liberia. And I sit there, I shake my head. I will never allow it. Ask him, I told him this. I'm supporting you as a speaker, but I'm supporting you for independent voice. I'm not one of those guys that are going and there. I never went to any meeting. None. I'm focused on what we can do for our people. This is why over the last 6 weeks, we've been putting together plans. And I will send you the copy of the plan so you can be able to have it for the record for your show. Thank you.
Wow, this is Tai Wongwe District number 9, Nimba County. Man, we got to do this thing. It's very important. Again, the honorable man will be leaving 5 p.m. 5 p.m. our time. That will be 10 p.m. Liberian time. So let's just get to it. Where the other guys meet us, we want to continue. Mr. Dualu, your 2 questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wongwe. It's a pleasure to have you on. But I want to say this. I believe when I spoke initially, you did not understand me. You can choose to answer a question, sir, and you can choose not to answer that question. It's up to you. But you will not dictate to us how we ask those questions. I think it's out of order. And I'm going to say this to you, sir. Welcome to the show. Let's talk Liberia. It seems when you care about Liberia, that's how we care about Liberia. My first question to you is, Mr. Wongwe, do you believe, if I'm judging Mr. Wongwe, should I judge Mr. Wongwe in totality of himself? Do you believe I should do that?
I of course, absolutely.
And you think that is applicable to any man?
Absolutely.
So why don't you want to discuss Mr. Fodanti Kofa's character as it relates to?
I can discuss his character.
Why can't you
ask me anything about his character?
Do you believe a convicted felon should lead the Liberian legislature?
I also don't believe a convicted felon should be dictating how a country runs.
Who is the other convicted felon?
Which is our CEO. Guess what? Everyone makes mistakes, guys.
People
make mistakes in life.
That's not mistake.
My point I'm making to you here is this, right? The man made a mistake. He paid for it. You bet in the U.S.
Okay.
People make mistakes. People pay for it. When we pay for it, what we do next? We move on.
Mr. Wongwe, I'm going to ask you a question.
And by the way, let me correct you on something. There is something called jurisdiction. He didn't commit any crime in these jurisdictions.
Correct.
So what we are talking about here is a jurisdiction that he committed something in outside of this jurisdiction that he now serves. And there is no pattern of behavior that he's done this thing before.
Mr. Wongwe, you're talking about jurisdiction. Let's go back. We don't have a lot of time. We want other guys to come in.
Go ahead, please.
If I commit a crime in California and I went to Massachusetts, and because I did not commit that crime in California, I should be cleared completely in Massachusetts? Is that what you suggest?
No, you're under the United States of America. These United States of America.
That's my final question.
Let me hold you there, Dualu. This is Liberia. You commit a crime here in Liberia, you go to America, they will not hold you for the crime there.
That is not true.
They will not judge you.
That's not true. That is not true, Mr. Wongwe. I would say this to you. When you even go to the U.S. Embassy to apply for a visa, they ask for your criminal record. There's a reason why that is asked for.
But that's not ground for that is not ground for you not to be able to get visa. They will tell you that.
No, sometimes there are grounds for it.
They will tell you that they do not discriminate based on age, gender, this.
Yeah, but not on the basis of crime. Crime is not discrimination. It's something you do. Let me say this to you, Mr. Wongwe. I do understand the position you're taking, and you think because you can say this. Look, nobody's holding Fodanti Kofa what he's done. But here's my question to you: do you believe that a man who knowingly, judiciously, intentionally took money that does not belong to him when he was in public trust, and that man took that money for himself, if that man goes to Liberia, should we continue to give him public money to keep for the public?
You're asking me a lot of should, if. This is what's happening in here.
These are not ifs. These are serious stuff.
You're talking about a lot of if and a lot of if this happened. So I don't deal in ifs.
It's not ifs.
I'm doing the reality of the
situation. Let me rephrase the question. These are not ifs. Honorable Fodanti Kofa was giving money that belongs to a small town. He stole that money. He was convicted of that crime. Honorable Fodanti Kofa goes to Liberia. He wants to become the Speaker of the House to determine how our budgets are allocated. Honorable Fodanti Kofa personified the bad governance you claim to be against. Do you believe the Liberian people should trust Honorable Fodanti Kofa to
Why are you trusting Stanton?
I don't trust Stanton. She don't make national decisions.
No, why are you trusting him? Why
He doesn't make national decisions. This is not about
his platform.
This is about Fanati Kofa. That you
no, why his platform?
You claim you
my
against
brother Stanton. My brother Stanton. My thing is we all make mistakes.
It's not about mistakes. This is national governance.
So let me ask you a question.
No, I'm asking.
Duadu, hold on 1 minute. Let Twa one way answer. Then we'll give you a time.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I hear people talking about character. Duadu, yes, you're right. You're right. It doesn't look good. I asked Funati about this. Ask him. I asked him about this. And you know what I did also? I asked him what happens when we have the what happens when we have a situation if President Weah wins. I asked him if President Weah wins, what will happen? And let me tell you something. I wouldn't have been supporting Fonati Kofa. That's the fact. Good governance. We should always focus on that. We should always focus on good governance.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah.
My brother Mehmet.
Congratulations, Honorable Chai. The first thing is, I said on this show, I wouldn't want to do the crime and character issue personally as an individual. I admired how Fonati pulled himself out of the situation in the US, went to Liberia, made himself a tier 1 lawyer, got into politics, and to where he is today. That is an example of a resilient character. That's an example of somebody who is committed to doing the right thing. He did the wrong thing. He pulled himself out, took the consequences of his action, went to his country, and he's doing what he's doing today. I would say that anytime. But on the issue about the speakership, your argument about separation of power is flawed. And I think it sets the foundation for failure. When the theory of separation of power was introduced and the practice, it was not set into the hands of an individual who will sit as speaker to determine the power and the strength around separation of power. Separation of power lies in the 73 men and women in the legislature and not in the hands of the speaker. For you as a representative to concede that there will not be separation of power because one man is from the ruling party, or there will be separation of power because one man is a speaker, it exposes the extent to which you underestimate the power of the 73 men who sit in the legislature, 73 men and women who sit on the floor. The power, the authority to separate power lies in the flow of the legislature and not with the speaker. So to come here and argue that you want good governance, and to ensure good governance, there must be separation of power, and that separation of power lies in the hand of a speaker, is flawed. The separation of power lies in the hand of the 73 men and women on the floor of the legislature, debating the issues and holding people accountable, not in an individual. So when you want separation of power, as it is enshrined and required, push for independent lawmakers. When I say independent, I mean independence of minds and thought, not an individual who sits and holds a gavel. As a matter of fact, we have opposition speaker in Liberia. Did we experience the strong and the value of separation of power? Because the rest of the people sitting in the chamber, arguing and debating legislation, were compromised. That's why you don't have separation of power. So to correct you on the show, the separation of power you want.
No, you're not correcting me. I'm sorry. You're not correcting me. That's a point of view.
Please hold on.
Let him finish. You will come in when he's done.
The separation of
SJ, how you
power,
doing?
the separation of power that we want, the separation of power that we crave for, the separation of power that is so important for our democracy doesn't lie in the hand of the speaker. It lies in the hands of the 73 men on the floor. That's where the focus should be. Thank you.
All right, we'll give you time to respond to Mohammed.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead. We'll give you time to respond.
Okay, thank you. Here's the thing I want to share with you. I think you gave your perspective in terms of separation of power. It's your view. And that same view, by the way, I've shared that same view as well when I was in the US. When I was in the US, I thought that everything was black and white until you get introduced to Liberia. Then you understand we lack systems, we lack processes, we lack just simple things to do and just basic things. And you know, people will say different things when they're on different sides, which is fine. I agree. But when it comes to separation of power, let me share this with you. That house has been a major challenge for a very long time. From not this our days, right? We've seen it long and long. We're trying to bring something different. We're young people. I sit on this show and I look at my life. I look at all of the faces here. Let me be honest with you. All of the faces here, I see, we are all young people that are going to be doing things. We're doing things in this country. It's not like you want something bad for Liberia, I want something bad for Liberia, and then the other person wants something bad for Liberia. No. I was an ANC member. I left ANC to become an independent candidate. I've been independent since 2020. And you know, everyone knows that I was one of the toughest critics for Mr. Cummings. So I hear people, and I understand people have their sides, fine. But I will tell you this, separation of power lies within the House, within the executive, and within the judiciary. That's how our government is structured. For us to hold the government accountable, we must be independent. And what happened over the last 6 years? I'm asking you a question. Do you think it was good? What happened over the last 6 years? Did you like it? Do you want to see it repeated?
It was not because of the speaker. It was because of the 73 person that was sitting in the chamber. So if you want to correct that, put your emphasis on the 73 person in the chamber and not an individual to argue that separation of power will fail when you have 73 independent people voted for. Only because one man.
We are a body. We are a body. No, listen. We are a body. The speaker is the person who represents that body. And let me tell you, the speaker is the third most powerful person in the Republic of Liberia. Maybe we don't understand this, but let me tell you, there's power in the executive, there's power in the legislature. By taking a person who is not, by taking someone who is almost like a figurehead and putting him in there as a speaker, you are pretty much saying that this government should get whatever they want. Whatever corruption comes, we will not hold them accountable. Right. We will see massive looting in this country. And that's my fear. Right. And by the way, I may add something. We saw looting on a United Party government before. Let's be clear. We saw looting. We saw looting before.
All right, so listen, let's move on because we do not have the luxury of time to keep you on and make the case. But I want to keep this on the speakership position. Richard Kuhn and Fonati Kofa, who you support. Let me bring in Stephen Johnson. Stephen.
Thank you, Stanton. Good to see you, Ta. Congratulations, my brother. Can you hear me, guys? All right, good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Good to see you again, Ty, and congratulations. There are a few things to unpack here, and I think
that is why with you, because Unity Party, you don't want to accept the congratulations message.
Oh, no problem.
So he said, just get to your question. That's why he said, get to your question.
You know, I don't get asked questions. I gotta lay my permits. You know, I don't just
thank
ask.
You, brother.
It's good that we can have this conversation. It's important for us to unpack a few things. The first thing we need to talk about is the issue of the doctrine of the separation of power. When Charles de Montesquieu, a French philosopher who was one of the proponents of the doctrine of separation of power, made the case, the argument was not looking for rival power, for one branch of government to rival the other. That's why they said 3 separate branches, but coordinating. They use the word coordinating branches, meaning that for us to get what is right done, there must be a synergy between different branches of government. 3 separate but coordinating branches. The rationale beyond that is that they did not think that by having a speaker and or a justice who is recalcitrant or who is seen as an opposition to whoever sits in the executive will mean that the doctrine of separation of power is in effect powerful. No. For the doctrine of separation of power to be in effect powerful, it means that each of the branch of government must effectively carry out their functions without the interference of the other. So when you look at the executive enforces the law. You look at the judiciary, it makes the law. You look at the legislature. No, the legislature makes the law. The judiciary interpret the law. That's it. Now, but Star's argument that for the UP to have Richard Kuhn as the speaker will mean that he will be a figurehead. That is essentially agreeing on this show tonight that Fonati has been a figurehead. Because here is Fonati, who was a member of the Liberty Party, who was a member of the Liberty Party, abandoned the Liberty Party, joined the CDC only because he wanted to be deputy speaker. So by that logic, we'll argue here that Fonati was the deputy figurehead in the last legislature. Let me move to the next point.
I will accept that.
Yeah, okay, good. Then good, we're making progress. Let me move to the next point. The next point is when Tom makes the argument that we should not dwell on the character of a person, but rather we must focus on governance, then it makes it difficult to have the argument because the issue of governance must come with those who want to lead, must be people who come to government with the character, with the integrity. We cannot have the conversation of governance in a vacuum, that we just talk about governance. So let's assume, and you spoke about the US, let's assume an American went to China or went to Germany and was convicted of a crime and came back to the US. Does that qualify him to hold political position in the US? Would it not matter if that American crime, even though committed overseas, will have a dent on his integrity? Will it not matter? And the last point I will make before I yield is when the framers of our Constitution wrote, and they said that for you to win an election, you need 50 plus 1. They understood that the 50 plus 1 would mean that you have the majority, the will of the people, the majority will of the people. Whether it's 1 vote, whether it's 2 votes, whether it's 30 votes or 20,000 votes, the Unity Party enjoys the overwhelming support by law of the Liberian people because she won the majority of the vote. And this is almost like mathematics. The greater number carry the sign. So when the framers wrote the Constitution, they knew that 50 plus 1 will mean you win the majority of the population. They did not say that when you win, you must win with 3 million margin for you to have legitimacy. No, 1 vote alone can give you legitimacy. So let us not dwell on the argument that because the UP defeated the CDC by 20,000 votes, something which the total number of votes which a political party won, means that the UP does not have legitimacy. And to close, Stanton, everywhere in the world, the presidency has interest in what is happening at the legislature for several reasons. One, the legislature is the place where your agenda for the forward march of the country is sent. The legislature is the place that must connect with your vision for the country because, one, they are the ones who allocate resources. So this is why people most time will want to be involved into who becomes the speaker, because they want to, for their programs and projects to go through. Not necessarily because they want to hoodwink the legislature or that they want to have yes men. No, it's not that. It is because they want to have a smooth coordination so that their program projects can be implemented, rather than the legislature being seen as a place where the goal is to undermine the executive in terms of achieving their vision. So I just thought to make those points. Thank you.
Go ahead, address his question and the statement.
And let me address my brother Steven. Steven, thank you. We've been connected for long, and you know what we shared in terms of this country. I think, from my perspective, Steven, you being on this show, you know the character of the man I am. You know that I always try to push something that is sound and something that would not make our generation embarrassed. Can I ask you a question, Steven? Do you see me as someone who will put Liberia at risk?
I would not say so, but the way you beginning to proceed, because I know you to be a fighter.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And I don't think that you'll be somebody who will put Liberia on a risky terrain.
Good.
But the way you're proceeding with it,
so, and you do agree, and you do agree with me. You do agree with me that we've all fought to make sure that we have a better Liberia. We were in opposition together.
Of course, and that's all we want, a better Liberia, and that's all we'll die believing that we were fighting for a better Liberia.
And you do believe that after we've won this election, the focus now is on making sure we do what's in the best interests
of course
of this country.
Of course.
Okay. Now, we have two people, Richard Cohn and Fonati Kofa, that are running for the speakership election. And where we are right now, on this show, we have a situation where a lot of people are supporting, obviously, Richard Cohn because Unity Party. And then we have the Fonati Kofa's Black. Almost 18 independent lawmakers. And we all came together, most of us, and we said we're going to support one person for the speakership because we don't want to have issues with this situation where Unity Party one side, CDC one side. I've always been the one to say what's on my mind without fearing of what people think about me. You know this. Where I am right now, I believe that Liberia needs an independent legislature. I keep saying this. And here's why. If you look at me, my record, and you look at my relationship with Unity Party, and you look at my relationship with my uncle, President-elect, Jose Mamboka. My mother is from Lofa. I said it before I posted it live. I said, I am supporting the agenda of this administration. I said on the record. Then I said that. I said on the record, it's on my page. You go there. We will not be opposition to progress. But what we will not do is mortgage this country like we saw in the last 6 years. I was not part of any of the systems. I've never worked for government before.
Never have I worked for government. But what I do know is what the last 6 years, those years were bad years for us.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, we have to go real quick. We got to come into.
And when you said the last 6 years was bad, you essentially accusing Fonati for being, because he was in the leadership, he was in the ranking of the legislature. My point to you is your understanding about independent legislature connected to saying that you need somebody who is from the opposition, or is your understanding that you need somebody who can stand up for something? Because you could be opposition to UP, and if you can't stand for nothing, you waste your time. I'll be president, I can bribe you through, you still be like,
that's true.
So
that's true.
Instead of you making the argument about independence from the perspective of being opposition, can we push the argument to independent in terms of what the person stands for? And by that, can you cite in the last legislature one instance where Fonati stood up against the government or stood on the side of the Liberian people?
Let's look at when your own former president selected him. Let's remember that it was Madam Sirleaf who appointed him after what Dualu said he left the U.S.
No, I mean in the legislature. I don't want to go to a character. I'm not talking about
I'm just making a statement. He was appointed by Madam Sirleaf. He was appointed by Madam Sirleaf. Madam Sirleaf gave him confidence to prosecute people, right? So what I'm getting at here is, I hear what you're saying, and you're saying that my model for independent legislature is not about opposition. No. We shouldn't have the speaker.
So if it's about,
well, let's move on to Stephen Johnson. Let's bring other people because I got to leave. I got to leave at 5 o'clock. We got 11 more minutes.
I gotta leave. I gotta leave in like 5 minutes. But can I? I beg. Independent in terms of not only from a political party but their minds as well. I cannot recall once over the last 6 years hearing any major thing from the current person who's running to be speaker for on the Unity Party ticket.
No, let's think of that.
Pretty much.
Let's think of
time. Let me squeeze that question.
Give me one thing for that in the last.
Steven. Let's give time the chance because wait, time, wait 1 minute. Wait, I beg you. Time won't wait. Time won't say he will be leaving by 5 o'clock. That's our agreement. Let at least give the others chance to ask a question, Stephen, please. Tad, can you wrap up with Stephen? Yeah, go ahead.
I need my statement.
Go ahead.
We need an independent legislature. If someone that is not within the party of the president. And Stephen, you smile because you know it. People that are listening to me, I want to tell you something. Let me tell you something. The people on the show here, they know what we are talking about. They acting like they don't know, but they know. I ran as an independent candidate. I never campaigned on social media. I went back to my people voted for me. Guess what? I went back to them to tell them thank you. They told me what to do in the second round, which I did. I'm going back tomorrow. By the way, tomorrow morning, I'm going back to my district. Tomorrow morning, I'm going back to my district.
So let me ask my question, okay. Before you leave us, let me ask my question. I beg you, let me ask my question.
Here's the thing.
Let me ask my question. Again, you are always welcome on Spoon Talk. I'm going to make one or two things. Gibson, hold on 1 minute. I'm going to make one or two things very quick. I am not in government. I am not running for any government offices out there, right? I have no interest. Fonati for what he did on his character, again, like you said, is outside of Liberia. And Fonati Kofa remains a representative, and as he pushed to be speaker, I mean, the Liberian people can decide, and you guys that will be voting, you guys can decide. My situation here in America is in America. I mean, you pointed out well because it's a good argument. I will fault you not on that issue. But Stephen asked a question that you didn't answer. I want to go back to that question. If an American in Germany is convicted of a crime and he returned to America after serving time, do you think the American folks will vote him in office? Because we all live here in America and you live here in America, do you think it will be good thing to question his character? And folks here will do that. Number one. My next question to you, Ty. My next question to you. Is Fonatikofa an independent candidate?
Excuse me, what do you mean by independent candidate?
Is Fonatikofa is that one way an independent candidate, independent representative?
Yes, I am.
Is Fonatikofa an independent representative?
Yes, I am. Ty.
Is Fonatikofa an independent representative?
No.
Okay, he's representing CDC because they have declared that that's their man, right?
Excuse me?
He is part of CDC. He's a CDC representative, correct?
That I know.
Do you believe that he'll be a CDC speaker?
Yes.
If he will be a CDC speaker, why can't you fight for an independent
you're breaking
representative?
up, by the way. Listen, I'm sorry, you're breaking up. I'm sorry, you're breaking up. That's,
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm asking you, if Fonatikofa said he's a CDC representative, he will be a CDC speaker if elected. Am I correct?
I wouldn't consider him a CDC speaker. I would consider Speaker of the House.
But he is a CDC representative, though.
Absolutely. So
why you, as an independent representative, couldn't push for an independent speaker? Independent representative becoming an independent speaker. Why?
So can I answer this question?
Yes, sir.
People reach out to me to ask me to run for the deputy speaker or the speakership position, and immediately I told them I'm not interested, because I'm going into the house to also understand few things. There are rules in there. And I saw the people who were there, and I looked at the play, the people who were on the field. I felt, listen, we have Musa Belete from Nima County, we have Koga from Nima County. I'm calling meetings to figure out how we can support one of them. I've been calling meetings, okay, for the deputy speakership side of the house. On the speakership side of the house, when I met with my brother Jeremiah Kuhn, I was very Vice President-elect Jeremiah Kuhn, I was very clear with him that I was going to support Fonanti.
No, I understand all of that.
No, I'm coming to this.
I just want to know.
One second. I will support his agenda. But the speakership is not going to happen. And this is what he said to me. He said to me that, I hear you. We'll work together. But let me share something with you. When you ask me about the independence, I do believe us as a bloc would be the most powerful independent group of legislators to serve and hold this government accountable. I don't play party politics. It's not in my blood. I've never done it.
So, Ty, I know you got to go and give your work. I just want to squeeze on.
I'm telling you what I didn't.
No. I just want to squeeze on. You talking about good governance, right? And I know Fonatikofa, like you do, or even so. Good governance. Fonatikofa, do you think he fit in the good governance category? Because he served as deputy speaker, and everything George Manawia wanted, George Manawia received. Everything that came through, Fonatikofa have his stamp on it. Good governance, and you disagree with George Manawia on good governance, like you said. For 6 years, they have punished the country. Do you think, I'm not looking at the character, the international character of Fonatikofa. I'm looking at Liberia right now, when he was serving as representative and deputy speaker. Do you think he fit in the good governance category?
The last 6 years, for me personally, I looked at the president, the vice president, the speaker, the pro tem, the ministers. Those were the people who are accountable for the disgrace that happened over the last 6 years, where our people are suffering. Let me tell you something.
So you didn't hold the deputy speaker accountable, not the deputy speaker.
Responsible. Do you know what he's doing right now? You know it's a disgrace. The man got
answer my question about that one we're going on the street and say but listen, answer the question.
He got beat.
Answer the question. It's not buffer chamber. I'm asking you. Wait, answer my question before you go. That's the last question I'm asking you. Can you? But answer the last question. You didn't answer the last question.
I answered the question. I said,
good governance. Can you place
I hold the president, the vice president, and buffer chamber responsible.
Can I speak to Wombe before he goes?
The message
I do hold them responsible. Buffer chamber is one of the most corrupt people in this country. People know that.
Do you hold Fanatico Kofa in the good governance? Do you hold Fanatico Kofa in the good governance category, Ta?
Can I say something before you go?
Wait, where I beg you.
Accountable. Buffer chamber needs to be held accountable.
I'm talking about Fanatico Kofa, not Buffer chamber. No, not buffer chamber.
Unity Party people are trying to now use buffer chamber. That's grace.
It's not buffer chamber. Do you hold Fanatico Kofa?
We will beat you on Monday. Thank you very much. Fanatico Kofa will be our speaker. Take care. Goodbye.
Time away before you leave.
The message gotta go. Thank you,
Mike, here late.
No. I mean, I listen to him.
Listen, Gibson, wait, my man, back. We see you for years.
I talk for long, man. I need to talk, man.
No, but you can't do that.
Talking Tabata. I need to talk.
Gibson, you can't do that. Stop. We don't trust you. You're part of the team. Don't do that. But let me say this. Welcome to the show, Dr. Richardson. Why now we couldn't answer this question, Stephen? If he holds Fanatico Kofa in the good governance category, why he pivoting to buffer chamber? And that's the reason why I understand. It's a good thing he called me today to wish me well, and we had a good conversation. And I said, "Well, come on the show." He said, "I'm supporting Fanatico." I said, "Come, let's talk." But why? And we are young. Stephen Johnson, Dr. Richardson, Gibson, and Ambula. This is the question we need.
Gibson are young. They say Gibson are young.
Gibson is 63 years. I'm sorry. So why he couldn't hold Fanatico Kofa in the good governance category, Stephen? Why he play around with that? And
that was. The funny thing, Stanton Taki, his premise was all fiery, but then he fell in an ambush because with the way he came, that posture, I thought we would have had a very engaging conversation, but it's like he was meandering all of the question and fell in an ambush. You cannot say you see he's emphatic when it comes to buffer chamber, but cannot speak when it comes to Fonati. And one of the things, and I will say this and you to Gibson, when Ta argued that when he started, his premise was let's not focus on his character, let's focus on governance. One of the things I thought he would have spoken about was what has been Fonati's contribution in terms of governance, whether it was at the legislature or whether it was in the executive, and provide for us the rationale or the reason behind why he supports him. Other than the fact that that thinks that the separation of power only means that you can't have president from one party and you get speaker from the same party, which is a flawed argument, which is a very weak and flaccid argument. By having the separation of power, it does not mean that everybody in the government will be opposition to each other. No, we saw it in America. Nancy Pelosi was speaker. Who was the president? It was Joe Biden. So you think she will compromise the interests of a community or constituent or like American people because Biden is at the White House? No, she will fight for what's best for the country. The doctrine of separation of power means, and Mame spoke about it, you need people at the legislature who are independent thinkers, who put the country first. When you put country first, you're not a yes man. You don't follow orders. You do what's right as a lawmaker representing the constituents that elected you. Who told you say separation of power means Joseph Boakai president, Fonati must be up speaker so that he can oppose him. That's not a separation of power. How are you to Gibson?
Yeah, but they can answer the question, and I hope I come back.
You will not answer that question. Is it going to demand
this is where we are. You cannot say that. Okay, listen, man. I agree with the father. People text him and say, "But why is he attacking you, Stanton?" No, I don't take that like as an attack to me. I just wanted to ask him those questions, those pointed questions, Gibson, because I think it's necessary for our country. If you say good governance, but you have to. Fonati, number one, he's not an independent. He represents CDC. CDC confirmed it that Fonati is our guy. Number one. Number two, Fonati served as deputy speaker. How can you place him in a good governance category, but you beat him on WIA, you beat him on Buffer Chima, you beat him on everybody else, but you said no, Fonati is so that is so tricky. And our Liberians, home and abroad, they begin to understand there's a reason why Taiwan we left, because we were coming with the question, and this is why you don't come around, dance around with spoon talk. But you know what? It's good to have Taiwan way always. Gibson, Jeru, your statement, sir.
First of all, I hate to say what I wanted to say in front of Todd to say behind him. I want to say Happy New Year to all those who hate me and all those who love me. I'm back. So look, here is the thing. Tai Wombe, I thought he was more a sophisticated thinker than I saw tonight. It was a great disappointment. I feel that he is a bad public relation person for Fonati Kofa. He is a bad salesman for Fonati Kofa. He didn't do anything tonight. I like to see him talking about Fonati Kofa leadership in the Senate. How has he led the Senate how has he helped to lead the Senate as a deputy speaker? What are his achievements? And how does he communicate with his colleagues? What has been his help to elevate the legislature by his own conduct as a lawyer, as an individual? How has he helped? Those are things we need to hear from Ta, not just telling us we need a balance. A balance is just something that anybody down Waterside can talk about. Oh, we need one opposition to be there to go against Joseph Boyka so it can be a balance. This is Waterside talk. But I want to hear people who support, and I think Fonati may win, but I want to hear more sophisticated argument about why Fonati should win. When he was as a deputy speaker, Fonati was able to diffuse this tension. He was able to navigate this problem and brought it to a logical
work across the aisle.
Or work across the aisle. He has been able to proffer this legislation. He has been able to help the budget to proceed in a more finance way. Those are arguments I like to see. Look, Tai Wombe, I see why the people deny you several times. You are a flunky, and I don't know why the people gave you the sympathy vote. I wanted to say this in his face, but you didn't give me a chance, Stanton, and you did me this service and did him this service. He need to hear this so that he will go and know that he flunked tonight. He is.
I mean, you guys, leave me alone. We even miss you on the show. We even miss you, to tell you the truth. We never miss you. We hope you never ever so even come back. We love to have you, Gibson. We're thinking about you, though. We know when you went over to get money for Summit 12 for your radio station. And so I hope Summit 12 took care of you.
I've not even seen these guys. I've not seen them. I've not met them. I don't know where they live.
It's good to see everybody. Gibson, we did miss you. There was an announcement made that you are in Liberia trying to get a radio station to compete with Spoon. So I'm sure you tell us more about that. First of all, I want to say congratulations to Ta for winning his district. I'm sure it wasn't an easy task to do. But I agree with everyone. I think Todd is making an assumption that your political party makes you who you are. No, it's not the political party. It's your character, who you are as a human being. You can be a Unity Party speaker and just be as corrupt as a CDC speaker or a Liberty Party speaker or a CPP speaker. So it's not about the political party, which is kind of what he was presenting. And I saw, Mame did give him a brilliant explanation about what check and balance is. I believe that Fanatic Kufa has a lot of conflict of interest issues. This man has a law firm that if you went back and read his law firm or read anything about him, you would see that he was involved in many of the contracts, many of those big contracts, Asilamita, what have you. And all of those contracts, we know that they were not in the best interest of Liberia. So to me, that's a major, major problem. When Mama Briggs was here, my dear sister, I asked her, so who supports Fanatic Kufa, by the way. I asked her, I said, Mama, what have Fanatic Kufa done? Oh, he brought the gender bill to the floor. What gender bill? Can somebody tell me more about the gender bill? How is that good for women? And none of those were answered. I'm sure she was in a hurry, but this is exactly what Jason Jerry and other people are saying. Let's hear what has he done for Liberia. What has been his contribution? Yes, I do believe I'm a very empathetic person. I believe that people can rebrand themselves, as Mama said, but I don't believe that his rebranding was good for Liberia. Yes, he became I don't know, Mommy, you describe me as a top tier lawyer. I don't know anything about being a top tier lawyer because I've never seen his work before. I've never seen him in court before. I don't see what he contributed to Liberia. I'll have to assess that for myself. But let's say I take your word for it for now because I do trust some of your judgment. But on the other hand, I don't see what he has done. This man was in Liberia making money, enjoying himself. Ask the local people in Liberia, what has Fanatic Kufa done for them? How has he contributed to his own district? What do we have to show from his own where he ran? So that's what I have to say about that, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. We'll welcome Colonel Gray. Mama, before we get to you, it's important to note, though, in all this big picture, folks, I want you to go home with something because, again, Taiwan Way, we got no problem with Taiwan Way. The people voted for him. He's a representative for 6 years. He will be representing District Number 9, Nima County. But where we are is the issue about the speakership and the deputy speakership, CDC and Unity Party. Taiwan Way couldn't answer the question because we are faced with this question. We are faced with this question as to Fanatic Kufa is not an independent candidate. If Taiwan Way is talking about independence of Mame, then he should have pushed an independent to be the speaker. He should have pushed someone that have never served in that capacity as deputy speaker or speaker. But Fanatic Kufa served as deputy speaker. Fanatic Kufa agree on everything that Josh Manawia sent over there. Everything that Thomas Father wanted, everything, they did it together. Let's be fair. I got no qualms with Fanatic Kufa, but we got to put Fanatic Kufa in the issue. And the issue is he agreed. So how can you say Fanatic Kufa fought and brought good governance to the legislature? How can you say Fanatic Kufa is the man for you to serve? Just yesterday, maybe not even yesterday. When did they close? They closed on Monday, right? The last day was Sunday. The man, he remained deputy speaker. Deputy speaker. Make no mistake. He remained deputy speaker. So for you to say Fanatic Kufa, you should come from another angle, but don't talk about good governance. Don't talk about independence. Don't say the man is an independent. Don't say the man is good because he pushed for good governance. Then you are deceiving your people in District Number 9. Then you are not telling the old man the truth. We believe that old man came to you and said, yeah, vote for Fanatic Kufa. But what did you tell them? Taiwan Way? Did you tell them that Fanatic Kufa was an independent? Or did you tell them that Fanatic Kufa was a sedition? Did you tell them that Fanatic Kufa signed on everything Josh Manawia sent through? Did you tell them about the real Fanatic Kufa? Yeah, but there's a reason why I left. He said, Steno, I got another meeting at 10 o'clock. It was 4:55, which is be what 9:55. The mess I gotta leave. The mess when you get an air conditioner on, I swear to, but air conditioner on though. But this is spoon. Mama, let's hear you out. We got a list of lawmakers we'll be bringing. One of the Liberian people. We got 2 people we'll be calling tonight from Richard Kuhn's side. We got development on this thing. Who got the numbers? Again, I'm going to say this. Phone calls is going on. The people are negotiating. We hope to bring Buffer Chima on tomorrow. We are in conversation to bring Buffer Chima here on the show tomorrow because Buffer Chima say, and we got a clip from Buffer Chima. He say he doesn't like Fonati Kofa, and he hope Fonati Kofa don't win the speakership. We're going to set this thing up. It will be interesting. Let's hear you, Mombe. From there, we'll go to Conor Gray.
I mean, Ty is not a flunky like Gibson was. I don't think Ty is a flunky. I think he found himself in a relatively strange environment, and he should be cautious of how he moves, how he takes steps, how he makes public opinions. This is not his area. He probably pretends to be his area. From the way he presented the Fonati Kofa agenda, it tells me, I mean, he needs to take time and learn a whole lot more. You say somebody would be how he described it to be a figurehead only because they're from a political party. But this man has been the deputy figurehead for 6 years, and you want him to be the speaker. You don't do that. I think he embarrassed Fonati today more than he helped Fonati. You talk about bad governance in the entire government, and you not even have the courage to criticize Fonati or to even to just call him up and say, yes, I mean, we agree everything went bad. Fonati had a role to play, but these are his attributes. He can do better, I mean, as a speaker. You don't have the courage to just say something to Fonati. You say everything, President. We are the speaker, the pro tem, the ministers, and all who went to the way and pleasure of the president. You can criticize them, but you can't criticize Fonati. Those are some of the people who, even if Fonati becomes speaker, they will sit around him. He will continue to do wrong things. They will not even muster that intestinal fortitude to say what you're doing is not right. It's wrong. Separation of power to our people listening and to the other lawmakers who are going to make decisions. It lies in the hand of the 73 men and women on the floor and not an individual as a speaker. Ty's understanding of separation of power being in the hand of a speaker is a flawed understanding. It's an ignorant understanding. The separation of power is in the hand of those 73 people. We saw here in this country, years in, years out, the likes of Vani Sherman, they were United Party partisans. Maurice Tuma, United Party. The list go on. They were on the floor in the House of Representatives, in the House of Senate. In less than 2 months after George Weah became president, they all flew into the caravan of praising God for George Weah. Then you come here and say the speaker can hold and be responsible for separation of power. It is those men and women who can do that. If we want separation of power, let's push them. If CDC wants to hold, and I push them back to Ty and the other people making the argument. Now, if United Party wants separation of power, they should not run for the speakership. If CDC wants to hold the executive accountable, is to not cancel their one vote in for Fonati Kofa because he will not be voting, he will not be debating. They should allow him to sit on the floor and argue on legal issues. Bring his expertise on the floor and debate. Do not take him as speaker because when he's speaker, he will not vote. When he's speaker, he will not argue. When he's speaker, his ideas will not be placed into the debate. So if CDC wants to hold the executive of the United Party accountable, let them forget about the speakership, build a block in the legislature, build a strong force on the floor to hold the budget and other things accountable. That's what CDC should be doing rather than fighting for the speakership. Fonati Kofa, got no problem with you as an individual, but be mindful with people like that who cannot even tell you that in the last 6 years, you did not do so well, but can criticize every other person. Be careful with them.
Thank you very much. That brings in Conor Gray.
Hopefully I'm heard. I'm clear enough. I listened to Ta, and like Stephen, I'm marveled. If you were expecting much from him, he shank himself. His shoulder is still outside, while the entire of his body were inside, covered. But he exposed his academic strength and one of weakness. One can say, I really could not hold the subtlety or the strength of his argument. He feels at some point that being an independent body legislature, it means you should have an opposition to the ruling establishment. Of course, that's not the tendency or the reason for us having an independent legislature. Mami have said it right. It is the body as a whole that determine the trajectory or the move the way the legislature will hold the president or the executive accountable, not that one individual. But that one individual controls the agenda, and so is his deputy as well. If that individual were in the corridor for the last 6 years, and yet you feel that he's an innocent man coming forward, then that's a flawed way of looking at it. I now see why certain people did not make progress because of the kind of minds they had around them. Definitely, these are the kind of ways people see the issue. My intention here is not to attack Tar, but I was unimpressed. He was callous. He was deliberate. He was dodgy politically. He's a dwarf. Doesn't appear like someone who would succeed in the House. It looks like someone who will be a yes sir, yes ma'am, a backbencher, if you will. But I think the argument that Nancy Pelosi would not sustain the independence of the legislature because she's a member of Biden or Obama's party, that is a flawed argument. Anyone can say. The essence of the House of Representatives, particularly, is to set the agenda of the country. And if Ambassador Buckeye, president-elect, when he's sworn in as president, that independent House of Legislature will be able to determine which one of his policies would be effective. That's what the legislature is all about. It's not because you come from the opposition, therefore you can you can hustle the president and then make and sort of like makes everything impossible to go through. I think if we want a progressive country, we should have a knowledgeable independent legislature. But also, you look, I can't deny that Fonati Kofa is a formidable person. But whether or not his agenda is not to stall the trajectory or the leadership of Ambassador Buckeye and I'm also saying that look, it's about time we make progress as a people. If your agenda is to stall the presidency of Ambassador Buckeye, then don't waste our time because we don't have that much luxury. It's about time we make move. If you can cipher between the policy or among the policy of Ambassador Buckeye and make progress, the country will go the way we want it to go. Look, I'm not interested to see somebody who just want to be in opposition. Like yesterday we talked about Yeke Oliver. That's the kind of opinion I'm beginning to form, that certain people just want to stall the progress of the country, all because they want to show that they're opposed to the ruling establishment or the presidency of Ambassador Buckeye. I don't think it's necessary.
Thank
But
you.
it was a great discussion. I listened to him, but unimpressed.
Thank you very much. The retired corner, the only military man here for now, because no, you're not the only military man. Dwalu left, I'm here. So, I mean, you're corner, but indeed, we went through the military training. So let's set the record straight. It can be for one day.
My friend.
No, it's okay. We're not going there.
What time you went for military training too?
My military training was done in the US, and yours actually was done in Liberia. So, but let me move on. Let me move on because Siri, what's the name of the AFL?
Let me just say one thing.
Hold on 1 minute. Gibson, stop. 1 minute. Gibson, wait, but stop.
10 seconds, 10 seconds.
No. We're doing round. My man, but stop. But don't do 10 seconds yet, but stop. Gibson, go back to Summer 12. Go back and you'll find your own radio station and you'll go on the back. Stop.
Hey, man, Gibson.
What's the name? The AFL name? How you call them, Siri?
So 1990, it will say I'm for looting.
I'm for looting, yeah. I'm for looting. But we are called.
As Conor Gray, I'm for looting.
Yeah, I'm for looting. But we are called the few, the proud.
OEB. Remember that operation? Gibson OEB.
I got no mental experience.
You have an operation earlier, bro? In Banner, Autopart.
I guess they're leading that operation from the.
No, we got to question Stephen very carefully. How did he even know that? We got
we are bringing two representatives. Let me say this. I come into you, but let me say this. We are bringing two representatives from the Richard Coon camp. They will be speaking. We're going to ask them questions. But I want to bring this to you, Stephen, and I want you to start with this conversation before we go to Dr. Richardson, Gibson, Mame, and Conor Gray. Why is Richard Coon? Most people will come and say, we don't know him. We have never spoken to him before. But who's this guy? Why is he not speaking? We got only tomorrow left, though. Why do you think they're playing this cabal game? Let's just play it safe. You from Unity Party, help us understand, Stephen.
So let me digress a little first before I come to your question. You know, I would not agree with the saying that Tai is a flunky. I will not agree with that. I just think his support for Fonati is like he's trying to be a snake oil salesman. When you read about a snake oil salesman, thinking it's, you know, the man comes to you and say there's a problem. He wants to convince you that there's a problem and wants at the same time to sell you a solution. You know, even though there's no problem. And what Tai attempted to do here was to essentially sell a refrigerator to an Eskimo. It was way more than impossible. Imagine going to the North Pole where it's minus 60 degrees and you're telling an Eskimo that you have a refrigerator for sale. Your ability to convince him or her that you have a refrigerator for them to buy it will require the kind of salesman knowledge that you will never find on planet Earth. And so that is the kind of position Tai finds himself in. He's trying to sell Fonati, but at the same time, it's like you're selling a damaged goose. There's no amount of publicity can solve it, unless our lawmaker will vote for him, but he has no reason, no basis becoming Speaker of the 55th legislature. But let me move to Coon. I believe Coon was very, 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 very quiet to a larger extent in the 54th legislature. And I will be frank with that. I don't think I saw in him a very robust, engaging lawmaker over the last 6 years. I don't think I saw that. My philosophy, my political understanding, or my idea about a lawmaker is not somebody who will just agitate. My philosophy as a lawmaker is somebody who will proffer solutions through bills, through the argument on the floor, making the case, making a logical argument, putting the right bill that will transform the livelihood of our people. I'm not looking for a lawmaker who is just, you know, confrontational. No, because for us to make that change happen, laws have to be put in place that will change the life of our people. Whether it's enforcing the liberalization policy that will give Liberians certain percentage on government contracts, or forcing government to buy only Liberian, only made in Liberia product. Those are the kinds of argument I want to see on the floor. Over the last 6 years, I thought Coon was a shadow of a lawmaker. But let's come to the current form. I think he's been blessed. You see, politics, as they say, is timing. Politics is timing. People can get involved and they be and they benefit from the timing of politics. He finds himself at a point where now he's the only one going against Fonati. And that when you do a comparative analysis, looking at the two individuals, the bad and the good. Now, let me just close on this sentence. When I analyze, nobody is just totally good or nobody is just totally bad. When you analyze people, you look at the net worth. It's almost like in accounting. You look at the assets and liability, and then you determine the net worth. When you're good, when you look at him, you look at the good, the bad. When you're good outweighs your bad, you are a good person. Conversely, when your bad outweighs your good, you are a bad person. Because you bad, it doesn't mean you've not done any good or you're not capable of doing good. No. Because you're good does not mean you're not capable of doing bad or you've not done any bad. But where your net worth, when we look at your net worth, which one outweighs the other, then we say you're a good person. So in this scale, when you put Fonati and Kun on the scale, Kun has a slight edge over Fonati. Whether we're looking at them on the basis of the character, whether we're looking at them, generally, he has a little edge. And it is because of that little edge, but most importantly, what is catapulting him into the speakership is because the Unity Party is in support of him. The president-elect has believed that he could be the right person who will push the agenda of his government, and that there will not be that kind of bitter rivalry we want to see. People think that by having the CDC lawmaker, they expect that the legislature and the executive must be in a fight. That's not the essence. So I think, on the overall, he's not been generally a very effective lawmaker, but at the same time, I think he's in a better position comparatively when you look at Fonati under the political or governance microscope. Thank you, Stanton.
And thank you very much. And that's the reason why when we're on this show, we are not too many. We have a very, very good conversation. I believe Fagon will be joining us shortly. He's bereaved and he's up and down. He got 2 dead bodies. But we wish him well. Again, our brother Eduardo had to attend to his daughter program, which is tonight. Here we are. I think the only person now is Fadiga and Prince Maxwell. Probably our sister Glennie that can join us, and that of Fatima. So we want to say we are fine. We'll move with this conversation. Steven, a lot of people are appreciating the fact that you are making those comments about Jeremiah Kuhn. Dr. Richardson, let me come to
Richard Kuhn, my man,
Richard Kuhn, my man, Kuhn can confuse me, but thank you. Richard Kuhn. Yeah, the man I K-O-O-N and Jeremiah that K, that's my man, JK. All right, so we'll be calling the VP now. That thing was so funny. But Dr. Richardson, though, that woman presented and say, you know what, I got to go. He's just sent me the text. He said he wasn't attacking me. And, it was just the heat of the conversation. And I don't hold that against that one way. I think it's the conversation we need to have. But Stephen Germain and say worrying somebody from Germany coming to America, you think he couldn't answer that? So
he don't answer that question.
He didn't answer it. Though I repeated it, but he couldn't answer. He's our friend, though, and we wish him well. But this is Liberia politics. Dr. Richardson, the good governance issue with Fonati Kofa. But let's talk about Richard Kuhn. Right now, I can say to you and say to the nation, Joseph Yima Bwaka won Richard Kuhn. He said he will perform well within the legislature when Richard Kuhn is a speaker, because he believed those agenda to better save Liberia, to push Liberia, to elevate the program that he's bringing to make Liberia number one can only be done under a Unity Party speakership. Now, let me add, there was a meeting today surrounding President George Manawia. He's placing phone calls to representatives. I want us to have this conversation. He's calling lawmaker even with the Senate. He's still targeting the speakership. And he's still targeting the protest. George Manawia, he's working. He wants it done. He's asking them, you must give this to me. Do you think that's messing Fonati Kofa up? If George Manneh were stay in the game, talk to me, then from there we go to Gibson, Conor Gray, and Abula.
You know, the question shouldn't be what does President-elect JNB wants, Buckeye wants. That's not how I'm looking how to answer the type of speakership we need for our country. The question should be what can, again, Cohn contribute? And Stephen made a very excellent argument, Stephen, because, you know, I was at a position where, you know, I don't think either of these men, simply because of how they have presented themselves to the speakership, to the House, to some extent, make good speakers. My preference would be I want the House to go back and reassess who's there and select people who they really, really know will speak for the Liberian people. I have not seen in Kuhn, you know, the analogy that perhaps, you know, he has done more good than bad. So there's a possibility that he can do good for the Liberian people versus Fonati Kofa, who to me has done more bad than good for the Liberian people. I'm not saying he's a bad person. I'm not saying that either one of them are a bad person, but I'm looking at that seesaw analogy, if I can put it that way. So the question could be, can Richard Kuhn speak for the Liberian people? And I think there's a sense of loyalty that he may have to Buckeye, because Buckeye is speaking on his behalf and say, I want a unity party speaker. So that's a danger of him saying, oh, I may have to respond to him in a positive way whenever he asks me to do something. I hope that he will exercise independence. He will exercise good thinking. Should he be given the speakership? Yes, I have not seen him being influential at all on the floor. I have not seen him being robust. I have not seen him proffer anything on the floor. I think he has a checker pass, very similar to Fonati Kufa in the past, that is not necessarily that I can find independent. I can separate from being a good governance of the country, a good governor of laws and rules versus his personal character. So that's what I wanted to just add there. Overall, I think that we should be very careful. It's not what Buckeye wants. It's not what Unity Party wants. It's basically what is good for the Liberian people at this time. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, but Buckeye said Richard Kuhn will be good for the Liberian people in serving as speaker. Buckeye said that. But here's the issue. Let me come to you, Gibson. And I know you will take this home well. On Sunday, Fonati Kofa visited the president-elect. The president gave him a proposal and an offer he couldn't refuse, but he refused. And he said, no, I want to be speaker, and here I am. I'm not going to take your offer. Can you be deputy speaker? No. Can you stand down? No. The next few days, President-elect called all the representatives, sent a text message out. To every one of them, the messages went to them. Guess what happened, Gibson? Fonati Kofa sent message out to and tell them, say they shouldn't go there. Do you think Fonati Kofa disrespecting the president-elect or measuring arm? You think that Fonati Kofa could have done that to George Manneh where? Talk to me, Gibson. You're muted, Gibson. Unmute yourself now.
First of all, it's a very tricky question to answer. Whether Fonati Kofa disrespect, I think it's a political power play that they were engaged into. He wants to show that he has the following. He wants to show that he has what it takes to challenge the authority of the incoming president. But what we should be looking at, like what Dr. Richardson said, what we should be looking at is someone's ability to transform the legislature from what it used to be to what we want it to be. How do they navigate the legislature? Are they still going to be the same rubber stamp legislature? And I told someone yesterday, I said, Fonati Kofa, and believe me or not, he'll be a soft spot for the Unity Party. He's not going to be a tough nut to a Unity Party to crack. It's going to be a soft spot. But all of these people, in terms of voting for Booker's bills, voting for concession agreement, Fonati Kofa, including Kuhn, all of them have voted without any restraint. And I don't even know whether the lawmaker this time will listen to JMB, the incoming president, because he tried that before, called the Senate, the United Party senators, told them not to vote again, to vote for the George Weah package, the budget package that George Weah sent to the Senate, and they all voted. Except to say their political leader didn't tell them to do that. Now he's asking them again to vote for Kun. They may not even listen to him. There's a record here. So the real issue is, can Fonati Kofa be a responsible speaker? Now, be a responsible speaker does not mean I don't expect to see Fonati Kofa every day when Joseph Boakai proposed a bill and say, no, we're not going to do it. I expect him to look at the bill, especially from a position of as a lawyer, look at the bill, look at the effect of the bill, what it's going to achieve, how is it going to help the Liberian people, and push that bill. When the bill,
Let me hold you. I'm sorry because I'm sorry, Brother Gibson. We have Nika Gay, who is a representative. We got to recognize.
Sure, absolutely. Let him.
Representative, if you can hear us, thank you for joining Spoon tonight. It's good to have you. Thank you for being in Spoon Studio by way of the online platform. Welcome to Spoon Talk.
Thank you very much.
Can you please introduce yourself, which district of which county you represent, sir?
Okay, I'm Oronoka Ige, representative-elect, district number 3 in Nima County. I'm actually happy tonight to appear on the Spoon show. I think this is my first time to appear on the show tonight. So I was elected on October 10th to represent our district, Nima County, district number 3. District number 3 is one of the industrial, district. Nima County is a host of the Asla Beta, which is the biggest concession in Liberia, and it also hosts the Loguato border entry, that border between Ivory Coast and Liberia. It also has the Yekepa border. District number 3 runs from Yekepa, the Yamel Bell, going to Zogowi, Kample, Loguato. That part of Nima County is where you can find district number 3. Hello.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. We're on the introductory stage. So I work with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the past 22 years. I rose from the rank of a cadet to a desk officer for the Regional Bureau, the Bureau of International Organization Affairs. As a desk officer for International Organization Affairs, control the UN DEX and the International Atomic Energy Agency DEX. And I joined the Liberian politics in 2014, and I contested in 2017. I came second to the winner of the elections in 2017, and then I decided to also, get into the race. And gracefully for me, I was elected by my people overwhelmingly. Our team, 8,960 votes from our people, and today I think the trust have been reposed in me to ably represent the people of District Number 3 Nima County for the next 6 years.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Nika Gay. It's always good. You're always welcome. And we say thank you for joining Spoon Talk tonight. As you know, you've been following Spoon Talk. You are not stranger to this program. We're going to make the case. Let's talk about the speakership. We're going to talk about your district later. And again, we're going to say, Pabwa, Ao, Idi man, Ihu man. Put that aside. Man. But let move ahead now. We come to the serious issue. Speakership, Fonati Kofa, Jeremiah Kun. Who do you represent? Who are you supporting?
Richie Kun, not Jeremiah Kun, Richie Kun.
My man, that's Steven. Stop, Steven. You not put it on my head. But whenever you talk to Jeremiah Kun, that his knee stick in my head. Let me go back again. Richie Kun, District 11, Bustarado County, and that of Fonati Kofa, District number 2, Grand Creek County. Your choice for speaker.
The first thing we should establish here is I'm a member of the Movement for Democracy and Reconstruction, MDR. And the MDR is a collaborating political party that forms part of the Rescue Alliance. So definitely I pledge my my support, unflinching and unwavering support to Representative Richard Kuhn for the speakership.
Why not Fonati Kofa about Richard Kuhn?
You know, we have to be very serious as Liberians. You know, the reason why the CDC government was kicked off was because of bad governance and failure to adhere to the social contract that was signed between the government and Liberian people. And the Liberian people felt that the confidence reposed in the government in 2017 they betrayed throughout the period of 6 years. And they saw a expedient to rescue Liberia from the hands of the corruption of vampires. And so we cannot again improve this country into the hands of those people who have, actually carried this country nowhere, and they are actually dug a whole economic hole that today Liberians are trying to actually, cover the hole. So for that reason, we feel that Richard Kuhn comes with vast experience from the 54th National Legislature, and he has the charisma, he has leadership ability to actually push the legislative agenda forward. Richard Kuhn is an experienced person, not just experience, but he has the intellectual calorie and the intellectual capacity to actually, control the debate at the plenary. And also it comes with wealth of experience for the academic sector and actually for the governance sector also. And we feel that we can collectively ensure that Richard Kuhn can speak on the 55th legislature.
Okay, let's talk about the Fonati Kofa. Why not Fonati Kofa?
Hello?
Yes, my question is why not Fonati Kofa?
When we are discussing character and repetition, and we are discussing good governance and administration, and to see a new Liberia, the Liberia that we all envisaged in the past, another Liberia we see today. So people who turn around so economically, who actually the leadership and administration did not really go down with the Liberian people. I think bringing them to power, it means that it will be validating, the CDC, coming by in 2029. So the best thing that we can do is to actually set a political checkpoint, a rather checkpoint, so that those people cannot come back to suffer our people. That's why we decide that Richard Kuhn, as a person who has a moral character, who is somebody who understands the legislative politics, can come to actually lead the 55th legislature, because this country, my brother, for the past 6 years, we all know, those of you in the diaspora, you know what Liberia have been going through, and all those of other in Liberia will know what Liberia have been going through. And to safeguard Liberia image and the lost image abroad, we need to have reputable people who have the charisma, whose characters are impeccable, who have distinct character to lead this country forward. Because for you to have a clean government that will actually coordinate among the three branches of government, you need a strong and robust legislators that will be able to push the Liberia agenda forward, to help the executive to move the agenda forward. And we feel that Richard Kuhn can ably, represent the national legislature as a speaker to actually help His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boaka to push a national agenda forward as we see new Liberia moving forward on the right trajectory.
What character are you speaking about concerning Fonati Kofa?
I think we all have read about Fonati Kofa as a convict. You people in the diaspora, I think you are aware of this, that he was convicted sometime in the US for a crime, and he served sentence for it. So some of these things, and we are saying that we are coming to homogeneize our political terrain, and we want to actually make Liberia a country that will be dependable for investors to trust our country back, and to actually present a good image abroad. We need to have good people who we can think that Liberia is a country that will do business. To have people who have a character or such, I think it will scare investors away, and it will not really be a good thing for this, regime. So we are bringing somebody who actually has the moral, credential to actually, lead the 55th legislature.
Okay, thank you. Let me bring in Stephen Johnson, Mame, Conor Gray. Stephen?
How are you?
We have
How are you,
Representative? 1 minute. I beg you, we have another representative we'll be bringing on, and I will be Representative Priscilla Cooper. So, Stephen, I want you to give your question to both of them, but let's bring in Representative Priscilla Cooper. Representative Priscilla, welcome to Spoon Talk. It's good to have you. Thank you for joining us. Can you please introduce yourself? Which district do you represent?
So I'm Priscilla Abraham Cooper, and I represent district number 5, Mosuado.
Thank you very much, man. We'll give it over to Stephen. Stephen?
It's good to see you all. Both representatives, Kay and Cooper. I think I met Priscilla on the boulevard during her campaign, doing one of her campaign tours. So it's good to see you again. I think I've seen Gay. I think but I can't. But Gay, you come from a place that I like. I even though I'm not from Nimba, but I love Nimba County. I spend a lot of time in Nimba. I'm very familiar with all of those places you name. Logatu, Yekepa, Putu, everywhere in Nimba, you know. So I visited everywhere in Nimba. My question to you, and I don't say this in any disrespect, you know, your first time in the legislature, obviously you're a rookie lawmaker. You've not really assessed in a way that would be, you know, any lawmaker would, for instance, to really look at the two characters and say, look, making my judgment based on the performance in the last legislature, I will rather this person. And I'm asking this question so you can really convince some of your colleagues out there who believes that why Fonati is better. What in your mind, based on what assessment have you done to? Can you guys hear me? I don't know what happened. Can you hear me? What conclusion have you? How did you conclude in your mind, or based on what set of facts did you determine that Kun is better than Fonati? I mean, in terms of the performance in the legislature, I just want you to explain to us, you know, some of us who are not familiar with that. Thank you.
Did you hear the question, Representative Gay?
Yeah, I think the three cardinal functions. Hello?
Go ahead, Representative. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the three cardinal functions of lawmakers are to make law, to have oversight, and to represent. And these three functions should be, you know, fully executed by a lawmaker who is, you know, elected by his people. So from the 54th legislature, I think both have been serving in the legislature, but Rachel Kuhn have been serving as just committee member, and the other have been serving as deputy speaker. So when you weigh both of them performances, I think Rachel have made some significant contribution, because Rachel have proffered 3 bills in the House, even though are not been, you know, concorded by the Senate to be passed and legislated as law. He proffered 3 bills at the 54th legislature, that which, you know, prove that he is somebody who is not just empty-headed, but is somebody who comes on the table with a requisite experience in lawmaking. And with his experience from the accounting, he has been making significant contribution to the committees that he been placed on. And based on his past record and the work that he is doing in the national legislature, this is why we have decided to actually, you know, rally support around him to make him the Speaker of the 56th legislature. Unlike the other person who have been serving as Deputy Speaker, whose performance, when you X-ray evaluate his performance, they are not actually very so wide in terms of, you know, governance, in terms of administering the affairs of the place in the manner and form that he and his speaker will actually, you know, concord on issue to deliberate an issue that will actually move the horse forward. So some of these things we feel that Richard, as a person and the lawmaker, he has made some significant strides in the 54th, and that's why we have collectively decided to actually project him as the next Speaker of the House.
You have a question for Priscilla, Stephen?
I would rather her do her introduction and then I'll come back with my question.
Okay, go ahead, Representative Cooper.
Okay, so my name is Priscilla Abraham Koboy, and I represent the people of District Number 5, Morado County. I'm a first-time lawmaker. I'm going on to be a first-time lawmaker. I'm someone who believes in people's welfare, believe in the rule of law. You know, it's an integrated person who focuses on issues and not personality. And we are going to the House because I love to speak as, you know, as a team. So we are going to the House to make sure that we do the work of the Liberian people, do what is right, and not be rubber stamped or pulled on. If we do not believe in anything, we don't go for it. So we are there to do, you know, the right thing. And we hope we have our colleagues or the majority of the colleagues who will focus on doing the will of the Liberian people. And obviously, I support Richard Nambekun for Speaker. I support him for Speaker firstly because, you know, he has not had the opportunity to lead. So he has not been tested. Honorable Kofa is running. He has been tested. He was there before, you know, second place, obviously, into leadership. So, and this is one of the reasons why a lot of lawmakers or the CDC-led government was kicked out, and we decided to, you know, elect Unity Party leadership. And so, to elect somebody who we're talking about total reform. You don't want to bring in the same old people. We don't want to store into leadership. We don't want to store into, you know, the entire deliberation or the reform that we want to push. We don't want any hindrance. We don't want nobody to say, you know, oh, we're going to prove a point. We're going to prove a point that you know, the leadership is not going to go on the right way. So we want a total reform. So we're going to start on a whole different new basis and make sure that we go on the right way. So in a nutshell, I support Honorable Reggie Poon for Speaker, and that's one of the reasons why I support him.
All right. So there you have it, Stephen. Your one question to Representative
Priscilla,
Cooper.
my question to you is, do you guys think y'all can pull this off? Are you convinced that...
You mean winning-wise? Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. What the person say,
when you look at your strength, what number will you put the strength of your block?
I can safely say to you that we have the number to put up the speakership, and that will be shown on the 15th, on Monday. The result will come out. We do not talk loosely, and so you wouldn't see us putting up pictures, talking about numbers. We know it's a number game, but we're not going to speak. We believe in actions. We believe in, you know, practical. We talk and all the show off thing. We're not going to do all of that. You will see it on Monday. We have the number absolutely to put it up, and so Monday is few days from now. So all the talk about we got the numbers, we'll do this one, we'll do that one, we'll show it up on Monday.
Let me come in, Stan.
Yeah, Mama, go ahead, please.
You know, I'm not having a question, I'm making a comment, and then I will, you know, excuse the show. There's been a history in the country of having an iron curtain speaker. There has been consequences that ordinary representative bear, and even the ordinary Liberian people suffer. When Aaron Snow became speaker, he decided to be an iron curtain speaker. And that is speaker to set the flow and the agenda for separation of power. We saw what happened. Topple his administration. There was chaos and confusion in the country. And when there is chaos and confusion in the political class at the top, it creates division on the ground. It scares away investors and people to be skeptical. And ordinary people suffer. We had Ellis Tyler as speaker. At a certain point in time, he was, creating a platform for separation of power, for people to debate the issues opposition views heard. At a certain point in time, he decided to be an iron curtain speaker. We saw the consequences. It affected the legislature. It affected the governance structure of the country. It affected the ordinary people. It put investors and other people in the skeptic mood to come and help our people. We've seen that happen. The trend I'm seeing with Tai Wongwe's presentation, his interpretation and understanding of separation of power is reminding me of the old days of an iron curtain speaker and the consequences our country and people bear as a result of having an iron curtain speaker. We do not need an iron curtain speaker. We need a speaker that ensures check and balance, but cooperative and not disruptive. Not disruptive. President Joe Walker will have to succeed in the first 12 months of his administration. And most of that will be around legislations. When you have an iron curtain speaker, as Star is starting to explain and present Fonati to be, when you have an iron curtain speaker, he disrupts that agenda and creates pandemonium in the country. The ordinary people suffer, the political class continue to fight. We don't want that. So, to the United Party representatives and other people who supporting Richard Kun, to those who have been supporting Fonati, you will not be a traitor if you decide that this is the time to create an opportunity for the speaker of the country to not be an iron curtain speaker, but to create the platform for debates and to be a speaker who set the foundation for separation of power. You will not be a traitor if you tell Fonati tomorrow or tonight that we have reached a critical junction. Ever since Vice President-elect Bouaka had not been engaged into this speakership election, everybody here can bear us witness. He has never been engaged. So yes, you have your right, you have your privilege to go and begin engage with Fonati. At the point where the president feels that his agenda is threatened, at the point where the president feels his agenda is threatened, because people are touring with this theory of an iron curtain speaker, it has to be an opposition speaker. If the president feels that his agenda is threatened by that narrative, and you behind Fonati all true, you can tell Fonati, the president of the country, the heir of the land, feels threatened. His agenda feels threatened. So on that basis, I'm giving you a consideration to vote for Richard Kun so that the president has comfort in dealing with the legislature to push the agenda for transformation. You can do that. You will not be a traitor. You will not be a traitor, and I encourage you to think about it. Think about it. Engage Fonati. The president is thinking that Fonati will be an iron curtain speaker. His agenda is threatened. You can tell him and make that wise decision to vote Richard Kun to create an enabling environment to move the country forward in the first 12 months.
Thank you very much. Thank you again. Yeah, we are speaking to the nation. We're so happy to have Representative Priscilla Cooper and Representative Nickard Gay. Again, Priscilla is from Macerado, and Nickard is from Nimba County. We're going to ask them the question. We're going to get an answer. We're going to let the Liberian people decide. But this is very interesting. Before I bring in Gibson and my brother Conor Grace, sister Chinua Richardson, let me put these things up. Here we are, guys. As you can see, these are names. Representative Cooper, are you with us? Are you okay? Representative Cooper, are you with us?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. I just want us to have this very clear. These are names. These are folks. You know, CDC is all in red. We can count them. So you say you got the numbers, Representative Priscilla and Gay. You say you got the numbers. Let's just count them over here. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the first sheet. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. And we got 23, 24. They got 25 lawmakers, 25 of them. Just seditious, not any other person adding to them, 25. Are you getting into the camp of Fonati Kofa since you think he thinks he has secured the 25 lawmakers from CDC? Let's start from that end and let's just do some math over here to make it simple for our fellow Liberians. You think
So,
yes, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
So, Stanton, let me say to you, I can safely say to you on this show that we have a lot of CDC lawmakers who have pledged their support to this camp. If they're one of the reasons why a lot of lawmakers they didn't return, you have, I think it was 48 lawmakers that were elected. And so it sent a message out that if you do not do what's right by the people, you're not gonna be re-elected. And so nobody want that. Nobody want that. You want on a party ticket, if it is not the right thing to be done, you will not do it or you should not do so. And so they understand that fact. They are here because of the people and they need to do right by the people. So I can safely say to you, the numbers are there, 25 lawmakers from CDC. But we have lawmakers from CDC who are committed to supporting Honorable Richard Nambekun on Monday. So the lawmakers, the numbers are just there, but I can simply say to you, those people, majority of them will support this side.
Okay, you have some dispute. Can you talk to us about those dispute lawmakers? How important they are for you guys to bring them on quickly? What is going on? You have 3 or 4 of them in court right now. Will their position hurt or help you at this time? If I mean you, I'm talking about Unity Party. Can you talk to us, please?
Okay. So what we did, we got a couple of our colleagues who are in court. So we are hoping that I know opinions will be handed out tomorrow. We are hoping that some of them will be clear. But what we did with our numbers, we discounted all of our lawmakers that are in court. We discounted them from our numbers. And so when they are certificated, it's gonna be an added numbers to what we have right now. But what the numbers that we have are people who do not have any problems. And I'm telling you, we have the number to pull this thing off. So
my last question before Dr. Rich is in a campaign. You have 4 lawmakers in court. 4. You are saying without them, you still have the number to beat Fonati Kofa.
Yes.
And with them, will all 4 of them be coming back to Unity Party? Will they be supporting Unity Party?
Absolutely, they support Unity Party now.
Okay. Can you help us their names?
The 4 lawmakers. So we have Sekou Kane. Sekou Kane is in court. We have Prince Konya. He's also in court. We have Clarence Banks. He's in court as well. Honorable, help out with the last name.
But some of those names you are calling, and I'm sorry, some of those names you are calling, they are independent, though.
They are independent candidate, but they support this black.
Okay, thank you.
But
I just want to be very clear.
United Party lawmaker. Clarence Bank is an independent. He was an independent candidate. He won in court right now, but he supports this black as well.
I just want to be very clear.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
So it's not only United Party lawmaker. It's not only the alliance. It's both the alliance, United Party, and independent lawmakers and other lawmakers from other political parties.
And Representative Cooper, thank you very much. My one question on the guys is very important for Representative Gay. Representative Gay, let's count your MDR representative here. They are in green. 1, 2, 3, 4. You have only 4 MDR representatives. I put them in green because you guys are in the alliance with Unity Party. But they are only 4. Am I correct or am I making a mistake, Representative Gay? We are not hearing you, Representative Gay. Can you unmute, please? Can you unmute? Thank you. You are good. Can you answer my question? MDR have only 4, right?
MDR have 4. 4 lawmakers.
Is it true that all of the 4 supporting CDC?
Yes, you know, people, some of those people are supporting Fonati Kofa for several reasons. Some of them are obligated themselves because Fonati, you know, spend money on them during that campaign.
No.
So it's
Let remain with the MDR backing you. MDR get 4. We have Nika Gay, that's you. We have Ernest Mancia. We have Twe Glekia, and we have Say Mana. Which one of them supporting CDC?
Tua is supporting the speaker beta Fonati Kofa, Tua Glikia from district number 6. And he has made it very conspicuous and clear. His support for the speakership of Fonati Kofa is very clear. And it's based on reasons best known to himself. But we as partisans.
No, hold on. Is he the only one from the MDR camp supporting Fonati?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. 3 of us are supporting Reggie Kun.
And let me ask you real quick, guys. Forgive me. Nima County, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lawmakers. Ta Wangwe say he's supporting Fonati. You saying Twain Glekia say he's supporting Fonati. Is there anyone from your caucus here on this list supporting Fonati from Nima County?
No. Besides Tua Glikia and Ta Wangwe, all of us are supporting the speakership of Richard Nangwe Kun. Honorable Samuel Koga, Sam Brown, Jan Flomo, Neka Massier, you know, Say Miana, you know, and honorability, we are all supporting Richard Kun.
Thank you very much, guys. I will pause with my question. There's a lot coming out of this. We'll work on this map tomorrow, and we'll know who will be the next speaker. Dr. Richardson, Gibson, Gerald, Conor Gray, and back to Stephen Johnson. Dr. Richardson?
So I want to just make a comment and then go into my question quickly. The idea that just because we have done something before in the past doesn't mean that we have to continue to do it. I see people say, oh, you say you want an influential speaker, you want a fiery speaker, you know, and we never had one before. That doesn't mean that we can't have one. That's what I wanted to say. The second thing is I'm going to give you a little detail about what I think the characteristics of a speaker should be. One, someone who is a peacemaker, who can go across the aisle, okay? A good negotiator, someone who understands the law of Liberia, someone who can also make sure that he's not displaying bias in terms of party play, all right? Someone who will be able to read information from the executive branch and also be able to tell the president, yes, this looks like it's in the interest of Liberian people, or no, this doesn't look like it's in the interest of Liberian people. You both are speaking very highly of Representative Kun. What characteristics have you seen in him? I'm not talking about the future terms. That have you seen in him? Have he done in the past? Okay, that will make you think that he will be a good speaker.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Richardson. Your question too. Let Representative Cooper come first.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. So, like I said in my intro, I'm a people's person. People is paramount in everything that I do, and this is one of the reasons why I contested. And so, Richard Kun is just like me. The people welfare is first on his agenda. His reform policy is top notch. He's a financial expert. The house, everything involves around money. When they talk about integrity issues, they talk about corruption. It starts with finances. Who's the better one to head the house? Someone who knows the numbers. When you want to try put something to some line item that is not right, he's gonna see the discrepancies and bring them out. He's a people's person. He takes, into consideration people, pieces of advice and all of that. And that's the kind of person we want. He's cool, he's calm, he's very, very collective. And you don't want a person who's boisterous. You want someone who is a self. That's the kind of person we want, especially the government that we want to set in place. What we want to do, we want somebody who cut across, that the director said, who will make sure that the people welfare is first and foremost. This is the reason why I'm supporting Representative Kun for speakership. That's the kind of leader we want. who's a people-centered person. That's the person we want, and this is why I support him. I've seen the characteristics in him. He will make a far better speaker when he's elected, and this is the reason why I'm supporting. And this is the reason why the majority support him for speaker.
Dr. Richardson?
Can I actually have a follow-up question, but I'd like to ask Mr. Gay to please respond to my question first. And I'm talking about present tense. If you were in the house before and you saw him do something, I'm not talking about what he will do, or if you say he's done long item questioning, when did you see him do that and how did he do that? You don't have to tell me the day and time, but how did he do that?
Follow-up question for me?
Anyone, you guys can cover it and respond. If you want to answer that, Miss Priscilla Cooper, that's fine. Or maybe the Mr. Gay can answer that. Either one of you guys. We can't hear.
I think Mr. Gay is muted.
Oh, yeah, we can't hear you, Mr. Gay.
I think Honorable Gay is muted.
Yeah.
Okay, you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, the national legislature is a theater, and people Liberians who go to serve there are being x-rayed and evaluated on the basis of their performance. And Honorable Richard Kuhn is not just somebody who just won election. This is his second term, and he served in the 54th. Performances and the level of his articulation at the national legislature, and moreover, the debate that he's been engaging and the contribution he has been making significantly to legislating laws. Because he's not just been there. Representative Kuhn has legislated, he has proffered three bills. The bill that had to do with the reform of the election laws in Liberia. As we all know, the election laws have been very, critical. And many persons who even won election, they got October 10th, they are still in court. So he preferred being the 54 legislature so that we can also go into the law and do some amendments in the law to see that some of the cases, the post-election cases, have been minimized. And moreover, we have some problems in Liberia with respect to disability. Representative Richard Kuhn preferred a bill on national disability so that we can be able to cater to those who are visually, those who are physically challenged, and so that we can find at least something for them so that government can put something in the budget to actually, help them assist them in their seeking their welfare. Moreover, the elderly bill. So we have aging people in Liberia that are begging all in the street. The government of Liberia has not had anything substantial to be able to cater to their needs. In the 54 legislature, Representative Kuhn was able to proffer a bill, even though he had not been legislated, the Senate had not concorded with the lower house to pass a bill to law. But these are some of the achievements. And moreover, in a district, he has been performing excellently, and this is why actually having to be re-elected. So he's not somebody who has, tinted character. He's somebody who is people-centered. And this is why in the past 2 months, we decided to rally around him based on a past record and what we see him as somebody who has a capable character, who has the zest and the passion to lead Liberia in that part of the branch of government, to actually concur with the executive and the judicial, because if we are discussing balance of power and the doctrine of separation of power, I think the legislature is a branch of government that should be able to actually, stand firm so that laws that are passed will be in favor of the country's citizens, and moreover, somebody who will also drive the agenda of the legislators, and moreover, to help the executive branch of government in drafting the national agenda so that the country can change. Because from the past government, we see that Liberia image has been blurred in the national community, and we had to look for somebody who would be able to actually create a situation that our people will have confidence in themselves, and in the national community also have confidence in all, so that investment, trade, and other issues that have to foster the development agenda of Liberia will be strictly adhered to. So we feel that this guy has the charisma, he has the potential ability and intellectual calorie to actually discuss the issue. and to also draft the legislative agenda forward.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Let me bring in Gibson. Gibson Jeru. This is very, very interesting. I like to put this list. People are sending me messages. There's a lot of, like the Honorable Cooper said. Yet and still, Gibson, let me set this up for you, though. Going back to Honorable Gay, they are still in doubt whether some members representative here from Nema County, 7 of them, as all 7 supporting Richard Kuhn. They are asking me to ask Richard Kuhn. You have 2 of them actually, bringing the total to 4 support for Funati Kofa. And other people that you are seeing as independent won't get to it yet. Gibson, you in Liberia, you from Grand G there, you are following the politics. You're very, very straight when it comes to these things. You think we should believe what Representative Cooper and Representative Gay saying they have the numbers? Do they really have the number for Richard Kuhn?
No, they don't. They don't have anything. In fact, they don't know how to present Richard Kuhn, and they don't have the numbers. Look, I don't know why is it that people who are coming on tonight do not have the sophistication to lead us into this debate. I don't know, because if you come here and Dr. Richard just ask a simple question that you cannot even embrace, you cannot even tell us what Richard Kuhn has achieved. Listen, the Richard Kuhn you're talking about, he signed for every Booker's agreement in the house. He signed for every money that changed hands in the house. He signed for every budget. He never questioned a single budget before. He's not on record for, he says he's a financial expert. He's not on record for questioning anything in the budget, anything at all that the president presented. And you come here, you can't tell her that he is a financial expert. What makes him financial expert if he cannot exercise it? I'm a journalist, so I behave like a journalist all the time. And you said, Madam Cooper, you just said that Richard Kuhn has not been tested and Fanatic Cooper have been tested. You are speaking from the 2 sides of your mouth. You know that? You argue to the Liberian people that JMB has not been tested because he was vice president. So they should give him chance to be the president so they can see his leadership. You come here and argue that Richard Kuhn, being a deputy speaker, has been tested so he cannot be speaker. You see how you guys argue? Listen, Stanton, you asked a very good question. Just because you people have a parochial way and sentimental way of arguing Richard Kuhn case, you just defeated Richard Kuhn. Fanatikova will beat him by several legislators signing. Okay? Because you don't have anything to say. What did you say tonight? Tell me, if Richard Kuhn were to be laying down tonight to be dancing in his room, what one thing that you said tonight that he can point the finger and say, yeah, these people are my people on that show tonight? What did you say? You don't even know the man. You don't know him. You just came as a rookie lawmaker. You didn't ask questions. You didn't ask for people's record. You talk about people arguing, Honorable Gay said, Richard Kuhn have been on committee. You don't know that Fanatico have been on committee too? You don't know that Fanatico have been heading committees? These are arguments you come and bring on this national stage for Richard Kuhn. Look, ask Richard Kuhn to tell you about himself. And you come on, he kind of show you, propound what makes Richard Kuhn thick. That's what people do. You don't just wake up from your bed and just talk about Richard Kuhn when you don't have any information. I'm so sorry. Richard Kuhn just lost.
No.
Let's try to get this. Gibson, you must Gibson, you must apologize. And I always say this to you. You can be making some straight up point, but you're gonna come in the derogatory way. You do not disrespect, especially I'm begging you. Yeah, you don't do that, Gibson. So you can make your point, but you cannot do that. You know.
If we're not sophisticated, we wouldn't be elected. If you are canvassing for Nati, say what he has done. Don't denigrate anybody. You are very rude. I don't think you even are a journalist. You don't speak to people in that manner. Who call up from the bed and sit down? You think we are dumbfounded people? You don't speak to people in that manner. I'm sorry, I don't even know why you're very rude. You don't speak to people like that. What do you mean by we're not sophisticated? Who called up from the bed and sat here? We are not figure-headed people. I'm going to be a new lawmaker, okay? But I'm not figure-headed. I'm not stupid. You don't speak to people in that form and manner. You don't speak to people like that. If you want to sell for nothing, go ahead and sell it. But don't speak to people downtrodden. It's wrong. And don't do that. You must apologize because you're wrong. You are very rude. I'm not a kid. And we are not all church and we are not kids. We are responsible people. We were called to be on the show. We are on the show and we are selling our candidate. You are not even going to vote. You do not have that right to do so. You don't have voting right. Okay? If you want to speak up for nothing, speak about him. Don't speak about somebody not being sophisticated. That's rude. And you're not bringing it to anybody, Jerome. You don't speak to people in that form and manner. If it's so sophisticated, what are you doing on the show? Go open your own radio platform and speak there. Don't talk about somebody not being sophisticated, getting off on the bed. You know who you're talking to? Can you speak? Should you be even speaking to a woman in that form and manner? Talk less about people on the show.
No, Gibson, wait, I beg you, Representative Cooper. Representative Cooper.
When I campaign and say I'm supporting Ambassador Joseph Yuma Baga because he has been tested and proven. He was in governance for over 42 years. You understand? He was in governance for over 42 years. He has been tested and proven. And this is the reason why I supported him. Don't tell me I said Joseph Baga was in second place, so he has not been tested. Whoever told you that? Are you listening? Or you just want to talk because you see that talking? And that's rude. Don't talk to anybody in that air form.
Again, Representative Cooper, let's get your attention. We take that back. You know, Gibson have to apologize, especially to you. Gibson, hold on. Gibson, hold on 1 minute. Gibson, hold on 1 minute. Representative Cooper, again, you know, as one of the lead moderator on the show, I take that back, okay? Thank you for coming on our show. Because there will be no way you can say I won't come, okay? But you came, and that's my first time interacting with you. You know, we call you, you didn't call us. So again, we take that back, and we hope you can accept. You can accept again. Among all the good apples, you must have one bad apple. If Gibson can just took his words, his argument have legs, but the presentation of the argument is bad. So we hope that you can understand. Now, Gibson.
Yes, you can walk out
and call like a let me say this. Let me say this.
The wrong words.
Madam Cooper.
Gibson, go ahead.
Let me say what I want to say. Madam Cooper, you said I said something that was demeaning, but you also said I'm rude. So you already
behave rude.
Gibson, let's move on now.
Let me finish.
Gibson, I will come back to you. Gibson, calm down. Gibson, calm down. I will come back to you. I will come back to you, Gibson. Gibson, it's like you know, we have to move on. I'm begging you. We'll come back to you. The representative have accepted.
Let me go to the issue. Hold
on 1 minute. We'll come back to you. So
the first time you go to the issue,
you just decided to attack me.
You guys, I don't know why are you guys
different? You go to the issue.
Gibson, I want to be very straight up. Gibson, I want to be very straight up here.
Before you mute me, let me say this.
Wait, Gibson, wait. I beg you, wait. Gibson, please. Wait, I beg you. I don't know how to say wait in crime. Okay? If I knew I was going to tell you, I think they say bucket, but I beg you, Gibson, wait. Steven, let me bring Conor Gray in, then we'll come to you, Steven. Conor Gray, let me put the numbers up again. Our brother, Representative Gay, having technical issues, so it's good to have Representative Cooper here. And Representative Cooper, you said district number 5 here, right? So you replace Thomas Palab, right?
Thomas Palab went to local county to contest.
And you won that seat
in the district, yes.
Good. You know, it's a beautiful thing. And you are from this Unity Party.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let me bring this number up again. I want to give the retired Conor, Edmund Gray, the chance to ask you his question. And then this number I can send you. A lot of folks saying, like the question I set it up for Gibson, but he went contrary. It's saying that you have the numbers, but look at the independents. Look at the other political party that get 1, 2, NDC, and you know, where are you, PUP now starting with CDC? So what are you doing different for us to believe that you have the number? What are you doing different that tomorrow or Saturday you can see this thing and Monday you'll just go for the jugular vein? Answer that question, then we'll go to Conor Gray, please.
So, Stanton, like I said previously, we have independent candidates that support this black. We have members from the other political parties that support this black. And so it's not only United Party lawmakers, it's, all the collaborating political parties or the alliance, United Party alliance to support this black. We have other independent candidates that support this black. So obviously, money is just few days away. I'm telling you, we have the numbers to put this thing out, and everybody we're going to see it on Monday. So we wait. So unlike Jerome that said we don't have anything, you don't pregnancy don't have, it don't go behind, come in front. So when Monday come, you will see if the pregnancy is in front or not.
The matter don't know about that one. So if you say we believe it.
Yeah, so where the money, so we're not gonna talk, we don't talk from the two sides of our mouth.
Were you at the meeting when JMB called the meeting? When JMB called the meeting, were you part of that meeting? Yes. Okay. So Colonel Gray, come in with your question, please.
Let me make a small comment. Ms. Cooper, I apologize on behalf of the network if you felt any belittled here by the comment of Mr. Gibson. When we bring guests on the show, our intention is just to engage them in a civil manner. It doesn't mean because you have just been elected into the House, you did not go there with a set of a set of intelligence. For someone to be even referred to as a rookie, yeah, it's the first time you're serving, but you come across as someone who have served the public sector for a while, and that's how I see you. Also, Brother Gay made it clear that he served in his capacity for 22 years. I know in my profession, if you serve for 20 and above, you're a consummate professional. And I know you did not mention your own role privately before getting into the House, but you cut across as someone who's extremely professional. So on behalf of the network, let me apologize to you.
Thank you.
This is don't make it your last time to be here. And I also believe that you guys are poignantly presenting Richard Cohn. I think you're doing your best, and you're telling us things we haven't heard before, which makes it even a better way to present the representative. And clearly, there's an agenda everyone is driving, and I think you guys are representing that agenda well, meaning the Joseph Nima Baka agenda. And if this race is going to be about Richard Kuhn, is going to also be about Ambassador Baka, and I think you ably represented that. Having said that, do you think Richard Kuhn has the temperament to be able to stand some of the this distraction that will be coming from other places? You've dealt with him, behind outside of the legislature. I'm pretty sure if you guys come from the same political organization, there's something about him that comes across that you may know that we may not know. Do you think he has that temperament?
Absolutely, Conor Gray. So Richard Kuhn is someone who's, like I said earlier, he's very calm and collected. So he does not, he's not harsh temperamental. He's not self-centered. He's people-centered. So obviously, Richard Kuhn will sit here. We gave him pieces of advice and take them into consideration. He allowed people to speak, and that's the kind of leader you want. He allowed people to speak, put your point across without interruption. He does not take himself above anybody else, and that's the kind of leader we want. So when you are up front and people are raising their hands, in Parliament and asking to speak, and you try to ignore them, we don't want that kind of leader, and he's not that kind of person. So that's the person we want, someone who cut across to everybody, regardless of which political affiliation, which political party he affiliates with. So he's someone that we can trust. He's someone who's people-centered. He cut across, and he will be there to make sure that the president agenda is put forth. And that's the kind of person we want. Those are the characteristics I saw in him, and I decided to support him. I'm a first-time lawmaker. In fact, I've not even been inducted into office. So I would say I'm a first-time elected lawmaker. Okay, so I will be inducted into office on Monday. But those are some of the characteristics I see in him, and I know that I can work with him and he will be able to push forth the president's agenda for the good of the Liberian people. This is the reason why I support him, and those are some of the characteristics I see in him.
Now we use the word the Liberian people very, very much. I'm pretty sure the election of Ambassador Buckeye is none but to represent the interests of the Liberian people. So his success is the success of the Liberian people. But on a separately, I believe that Fonati represent what we refer to as the deep state. There's certain interests, that he represents. In my opinion, deep state could mean that of Madam Sirleaf, that of the outgoing president, Mr. Weir, and a number of other cluster interests that we may not know that he ably represents. Now, in my opinion, why do you think someone who has served in that capacity of vice speaker is not the requisite person? Rather, your candidate is the requisite person who has never served in that capacity to represent the speaker position for now.
So, on a break, the role of the speaker is clear. You do not have to be a second term, third term, fourth term lawmaker before serving into that capacity. You do not have to be. Honorable Kofa is a fine gentleman. I give it to his gentleman, but he's not my choice of candidate. What I want to see in the speaker is what Honorable Kun possesses, and this is the reason why I support him. I don't want anybody, opposing the agenda of the president. Honorable Kofa served. He has been tested. I do not favor his leadership. Honorable Kun has not had the opportunity to lead, and so I'm going to give him a trial. Besides that, what I want to see in a speaker is those characteristics he possesses. The time I've known him, the time I've interacted with him and continue to interact with him, he possesses the characteristics I want to see in a speaker, in a leader. And this is the reason why I support him. The reform agenda we want to push, we need someone there who's not going to oppose. Look, 73 lawmakers represent 73 districts in the republic. So it means we represent the entire country. Whatever we say there should be the same of the people that we represent. Whatever we do there should be the doing that the people will, the people will agree to. And so who else can we put there but somebody of our own caliber who understands what the people need and the people needs and want? And this is the reason why I'm supporting Honorable Kun. This is the reason why majority of the new lawmakers and the old lawmakers are supporting Honorable Kun. And again, I was saying Monday the die will be cast and the result will come up. I can safely say to you that Honorable Richard Kun is the Speaker of the 55th Legislature.
Let me ask you. So I don't know where have you been? You've been hiding away. You've been hiding from Spoon. You really good. And seriously, you are. You are very good, Representative Cooper. And I'm confident maybe that's what makes you win. And I hope Steven can come while I ask my question. Let me ask you though. Are you supporting Richard Kun and you believe that he's going to reduce the budget of the speaker and propose to reduce the budget of the speaker and that of the deputy speaker?
He said that, and I hold his word. He's someone who I've known, and whatever he said he would do, he's not God. Whatever he said he would do, he would do. Again.
But my question, you see, I don't.
He said he will reduce his budget by $500,000, and it's going to happen.
Okay,
so you can take that. So we'll hold here kind of so unlike someone who wouldn't say what.
So that's why I want to set the stage, Representative Cooper, and I like the fact because some good information coming up. He going to bring the budget down to $500,000 for the speaker position.
Yes.
Okay, so Liberians are listening to you, and I think, and that's why we want to ask for that Tikofa what his proposal too. When he reduced the budget also, it's important because a lot of people believe that this budget thing is to serve way for brown envelopes and negotiate. The speaker office shouldn't have almost $3 million budget, and the deputy speaker almost 1.5 going to 2 million. So if he said that, we're going to sit back and enjoy it. Let me ask my next question. Or what is the conversation about deputy speaker? Then our brother Stephen Johnson will come in. Who are you supporting? What is on the floor for deputy speaker? Tell us the truth, Representative Cooper. Don't hide anything from us.
So, so Stanton, the Black will officially come up with a statement tomorrow. Will say exactly who is the candidate we are supporting for deputy speaker. So even though I'm the chair for the Black, well, I'm not going to say anything now. I've not been, authorized to openly say who is supporting for deputy speaker, but I can assure you that the Black will come up with an official statement tomorrow.
Do you think that statement will help? Will help the decision or break the decision? Because I can name some names to you. People are telling me call these names to Presidia Cooper. 1, we have Musa Belete. 2, you still have Koga, who is pushing and making his case from Nema County. And then let me leave it at the third name is very troublesome. I was told not to mention that third name because he's coming from the Fonati side and you guys trying to win him on. So Musa Belete and Koga, where are you?
So again, Stanton will come up with an official statement tomorrow as to who we support for the deputy speaker.
Will you come back tomorrow?
Absolutely. If you have me, I'll be here.
We can bring you back and we can remove Gibson Jerry and we'll bring you back in his place.
Stay on the show.
Steven, go ahead. Steven, go ahead.
All right. I think I like your presentation, but one of the things I admire most about you is your ability to stand your ground. I think it's very important for lawmaker, and the way you present your case, it gives me hope, and I'm impressed. And I believe that if you take such attitude to the flow of the House of Representatives, where it's a predominant male environment, well, they have the argument. I see you going a long way, so I'm impressed, and I must give you your flower while you're here. I know Kun, I know Representative Kun for many years. I've known Kun from the University of Liberia. He used to be a teaching assistant. He was teaching accounting. He's somebody who, because of his mastery in accounting, was referred to as Accounting Kun. That's the name. If you attended the university, that's the name they call him, Accounting Kun. He's a guy with a depth understanding when it comes to accounting. Oh, the representative left. Yeah,
Man,
we lost
guess what this video related, man?
Okay, you call it almost that well. So I was saying, I know Kun for many years. My thing is, in these, and one of the ways as a lawmaker for you to succeed is to be able to reach across the aisle, because decisions at the legislature, unlike other places, it's a consensus building by excellence. You have to build consensus for you to get your position across. In the course of these negotiations, is Richard Kun actually the person, the face of your Black that is the one reaching out to meet fellow lawmakers? Is Richard Kun the one, the actual candidate reaching out to effectively engage your colleagues?
Yes, Stephen. I mean, like I said, I'm the chair of the Black. So most times I ask him to stay, but I mean, he's so humble. He gets in his car 2 o'clock in the morning, he's going to meet somebody to talk to. Whenever there's meeting, he's going. So he's engaging back, because the place is, you got to love it to get things across. So he's engaging one-on-one and talking to people and presenting his case while he's the one to, being elected speaker. So he's doing the lobbying. I mean, he's the man of the game. We all talking, but he's at the forefront. So he's doing the lobbying himself. And Stephen.
hearing you good. Then let me squeeze this in before we bring back Gibson. Yeah, then let me ask you a question though. Someone just called me. Talk more about yourself in the private sector. I know we got 19 more minutes to go. They want you to talk more about yourself a little bit, maybe few minutes, because people really want to know about you.
Okay, so so Stanton, I worked so my last two jobs. I want to talk to my last two jobs. I was the executive assistant at Celcom Telecommunications Incorporated. I worked there for 6 years, and then I resigned and started doing my own businesses. So you know, I was the general manager of the executive team before going into upfront politics, the elections. So I literally grew up in district number 5 because my parents bought a spot there and we moved there since 1986. And
Where?
I stayed
Where
there
in district number 5? Where?
72nd.
Okay.
So I come from a very, very humble background. Humble meaning that we couldn't even find food to eat. So my father, when he lost his job, he used to work with the People Redemption Council. And I was in elementary school, the Moravia Demonstration Elementary School. And when he lost his job, he started to fishing crab on the 72nd River. And my mom and I used to take the crab and go sell. So I did all of those small selling, you know, selling oranges, farina, braiding hair. Matter of fact, I was plaiting hair in order to earn to go to the university. So when I graduated from the Zion University, from that skill, braiding hair and roasting fish on 72nd Broad Street. So we passed through all of those hassles, and you know, and I'm here today. You know how dedication, the grace of God, I'm here today. And so I make sure to, because if it was that woman that when I made a pass and she said, my daughter, yeah, it's 50 cents. Thank you for passing. I took that 50 cents and turned it into $1. Somebody gave me that opportunity. And so I stay on that same thing. If there was one thing my parents taught me aside, you know, from respecting people, it's hard work, dignity in hard labor, and I take it personal.
Again, it's very good. We need more women in that place, seriously speaking. And I see Dr. Richardson shaking her head because she knows exactly she's been fighting for this cause. Let's talk about family. Let's talk about what you think Richard Kuhn going to bring to what will he bring to the table in helping family, your experience in helping young women to get off the street, helping young women to revive their life and make them to be a productive folks in the community.
So I was one person who ran my campaign on you know, creating an avenue, especially for skilled training for females. I started my campaign on women empowerment because I saw my mom getting up 2 o'clock in the morning to have her ready for school and frying that donut so we'll be able to eat something and sell. So some of the reforms that we want to bring in, it will incorporate all of those things. And this is the reason why, again, I would say I support Honorable Kuhn, because those are some of the ideas that he want to bring up. Creating avenues to help young women, creating avenues to help mothers, so that you wouldn't have to worry about your child going to school. And again, the president agenda speak on those things, that no child will be left, you know, undone with regards to education. Who is better to push for that agenda but our Honorable Kuhn? And so those are some of the reforms that we want to put in place to make sure there are opportunities for young people, young women to go to school. There are opportunities for skill training so that those girls leave the street, you know, and make good of themselves. I went through that same hassle. And so who best to go forth but I who passed through all of those? Again, my first degree was earned from plaiting hair. And so I would want another girl child to do that so that they'll be able to earn an honest living. I mean, people go through a lot of difficult situations in this country. Difficulty you wouldn't even believe. And so let's give them the opportunity and see if they don't use it, and you know, they want to be who they want to be. So the first and foremost, provide the opportunity, and that's what we're going to fight for, especially female. We're going to fight for them. So that, and this is why I support it again. I will continue saying this is why I support it, because those things that I believe in, those changes, those reforms that I want to see taking place, he also, you know, has those things on his agenda. And this is the reason why I support him. We have a lot that will help women. If you go in my district, when I started the campaign, I started women empowerment, skill training, teaching them how to work with their hands, making soap, Clorox, and all of things, giving them small money to do business. And now I can tell you, a lot of women in our district are selling those things and taking care of their homes. And those are some of the things we want to see being done, so that women, are comfortable in their own skin.
Thank you very much, Madam Cooper. Again, you said we'll have you next week. Our brother Gibson, Duadu, he said he was going to take the rest of the night off because his daughter had a program. But because you appear, he just rushed and came back on because, I don't know, Duadu?
Yeah, I really want to ask Priscilla, how you doing, Madam Honorable? How you doing?
I'm okay. I'm all right.
Thank you so much. I love your life story, but I think your story is consistent.
I thought it was my turn.
Yeah, I don't stay on Gibson. It will be quick. I'm begging you back. I won't lay this premise. Your life story is practically 97% of the country. I'll hate to say this, but it's not unique. It's true of our country. And I want to ask you this question, but I want you to answer me very directly. Most people, when they go to the legislature, they behave as though they have won the lottery. We have a society where I would put it around 95%. The per capita income of our country is $500. Let's just say $600 per annum. Basically, what that means is the average person in Liberia lives on $600 per year. That is the number. In the legislature, inclusive of all benefits and everything you guys get, you haven't gotten some yet. I'm just making this plea. It will be north of $10,000 a month. This is complete theft of the people. Do you believe that any legislator should be making more than $3,000 a month, considering the average Liberian lives on $600 per year?
So Tualu, thank you. Listen, we are leaders, right? Or seven of, for my district, that was 75,000 residents of the district. They come to you for every little thing. My child's school fees, no hospital money, and all of that. And so I wouldn't tell you no, the money is too much to make, considering that we have a district to take care of. And so what you do with what you earn should be, should be the concern with what you do. What you do, you said $10,000. I don't know if we made $10,000. I've never come to. I've not been in there. So I obviously don't know, exactly how much money, lawmakers make. But I'm telling you that I don't think no amount of money is too much for someone who's going to ably lead the people to make. Because some of us going to be using our portion of our salary to take care of a lot of things in the district. A lot of people in the district.
Madam Cooper, I hear your case, but I may sound a little myopic here, but I have to get to this point. This is not your responsibility to take care of people. Your job. Now, listen now, let me make my point. You will respond. Let's talk about Liberia. It is not your responsibility to take care of anybody. You say that people come to you. Your duty, your job is to empower those people to do legislation. Now, if we keep the focus because somebody's coming to you, what we are doing to our society, we are killing the society. Now, if you don't know this, go do the study yourself. To maintain one legislator in our country, just to maintain it every single month, it costs the government of the Republic of Liberia a minimum of $30,000. It doesn't mean you personally get that money, but just to maintain you, the building you go in, the water that's being run, your vehicle, etc., or everything that comes along is a minimum of 30,000 United States dollars per month per representative, minimum. So why can't we focus on building a factory in district? I forget the name of your district, in a specific district. District 5, as opposed to, because there is no way, Madam Cooper, that you can help everybody in your district. Your salary is not meant for that. This is the wrong approach. Wouldn't you agree?
So what I would tell you is that, there's a saying, you got to sit on the old mouth to plow the new one, right? Until we go there to know exactly what's happening there, I got to come from an informed place. Until I know exactly how much being made. Until we bring all of those changes that we want to bring in, until we, like you said, my focus is empowerment. My focus is empowerment. This is why when I started my campaign, I started on empowerment. I'm not, when you sit and just be the one to just give, it's impossible to give everybody. Like I said, it's not my responsibility, but I do them because I want to do them. That's not my responsibility. You got three cardinal functions of a lawmaker, and just giving to them is not part of them.
Yes, so no, I give it to you.
I made up my to take care of some of their welfare.
Gibson, and let me say this.
Thank you very much. Look, let me say this.
Official says that we do this.
Let me say this much. Thank you, Dwalo. Dwalo, you had a very good question. Madam Cooper, I'm going to ask you one question and make one comment. Anyone who come on the spoon talk and think that you're going to have a thin skin is a mistake. Here, we talk differently. We approach issue differently. We address issue differently. I will make the comment. I will ask you one good question that you will love to answer. But I have a concern about the things you talk about. You just said you want Rachel Kuhn because you don't want opposition to Joseph Boakai bill. Is that why you want Rachel Kuhn? I'm taking note. You see, Pen? I'm the only person that take note when people are talking because I like to talk my thing. You said just now, we don't want any opposition to Joseph Boakai bill. If this is the reason why you are voting for Rachel Kuhn, it's a mistake. The other thing is, you said Rachel Kuhn he has a great temperament. He can get vexed. He's understanding. But you also support Nyomdi Kanga who can get vexed and spill coffee on people. Are you speaking from two sides of your mouth?
Thank you. Those are the questions. Thank you, Christian.
The question
We're not hearing you, Steven. The
only thing I remember is the fine woman she has built herself in the political arena. And let me tell you, we are all human. We got flaws. So if you got to know exactly what happened before that reaction came about. Before you speak, so you don't say one thing is that speaking on one side of the Bible and not going in detail. So I'm not going to speak on it. Yomdika is an astute female. She has worked her way into the male sector, the quote unquote male sector of this game, the political game. So I'm not going to speak. I will not even speak I wouldn't allow anybody in any condescending manner speak on her because she's a fine female who has worked her way through the ranks and file of the political field. So, leave that. Rachel Kuhn, obviously, he's a human being. We are humans. We are all humans with our flaws, okay? But I'm talking about the general good. And so I'm telling you, he's calm. Come back with him. I don't know whoever you support. Obviously, that person is not God. That person is not God. So they also have their own flaw. I'm telling you, I support him. I support him because you asked me, what's his temperament? I say he's cool. So if you think he's not cool, so it's your word against mine. I've interacted with him. I interact with him on a daily basis. And so I know him. And this
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Representative Cooper. We want to go eat our dry rice. Steven, you want to finish this thing up? It's good.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something to Gibson that it will be wrong. It will be a wrong thing to do to use an isolated instance and draw a conclusion. I think that would be wrong. The incident with Sir Joseph, though unfortunate, cannot be the determinant of Senator Yomli Kanga's personality, character, or attitude. I would think that if there has to be a pattern for you to consider somebody in that light, there has to be a pattern.
When I really listen to this guy thing with Yomli Kanga, it's good to clear you right. But there's a man that been calling Yomli Kanga and Yomli refused to talk to him. There's a man that been begging to seriously. Let's put it up. What worry about Gibson?
I don't call Yomli that. I don't call Yomli.
This guy is in Liberia meeting with Samuel Tway, getting money for radio station. Then you can say, he's supporting them. Go ahead, Steven.
I know. Go ahead, Steven. Finish that.
Yeah, I know we already.
Let me finish.
No, you're done. You're done. My man, you're on a restriction, man. The election is not over yet. The January 22nd, you're still on a restriction. We beat your party. So you're done.
Okay. All right, I'll take my registration. No problem.
Go ahead, Gibson.
I'll give you a chance. Go ahead.
Gibson, go ahead. I'm messing with you.
I'm not using a one situation to beat on Nyombi Kanga. And I'm not a misogynist. If you say, oh, because I'm a woman, I'm in the house, that's why you're talking like this. No, I'm not a misogynist. I talk to you here. I don't see you as a woman. You come in the place here as a lawmaker, I see you like a woman. I see you like a lawmaker.
I
So
didn't see
don't
myself as a woman.
that definitely, and I want you to have that attitude. It's very good. But when we are making a mantra for electoral issues and say, I want Kun to be elected because he's a cool temperature man. He don't get vexed. But on the other side, you suppose somebody else who can get vexed. Then it becomes a contradictory.
Who can get vexed? What kind of human being
It's
can get vexed?
contradictory to you. So, but we shouldn't even think about
Let me finish, then you respond because you are the guest.
So
Let me finish, then you
let's speak
respond.
on Honorable Kun. This is why I'm here. So we should not make it about Honorable Senator Kanga.
So let's go back to Honorable Kun.
Yeah, that's the last question I guess. We're done with the show. We got 3 more minutes. We got to go.
Are you aware of Honorable Kun bigamy?
You tell me. You don't want to know about it.
It's in the press. It's in the press. Do you read newspaper?
No, I don't. Maybe you need to teach
Oh,
me how
I
to
see.
read newspaper.
Okay.
I don't.
I want you to read newspaper because it's in the press.
No, I don't. Maybe you want to teach me. Whatever. So everything that you read in the press is true, right?
I'm just asking you. Do you know about it?
Gibson, let she answer now. Let she answer, Gibson.
That's not even a significant thing to bring forth. You
A bigamy for a lawmaker.
Gibson, let she answer. Gibson, let she answer.
You got men who are married to one and living with another. What do you call it? I'm not going to speak on whatever bigamy you're talking about because I don't know whether it's true or not. People put all kinds of narrative on people, people pressing, and that's not right. You leave the core issue. You talk about his pressing. That's wrong. Jerry, you said it, maybe you got 3 or 4 girlfriends saying what you think is right. You think that's right? So you want
but you lead it in now. No, you're going in a bad zone. Priscilla, lead that one. I'm begging you.
I used to have a lot of girlfriends, but since I'm married, I don't have a girlfriend.
Yeah, Priscilla, lead that one. You're going in a bad zone. We shouldn't go there. Gibson, stop. You need to stop. You're gonna get Dwalu and Conor Grader in trouble. Yeah, please don't go there. I'm begging you. Dr. Richardson, please.
Cooper, I want to thank you for coming to Spoon again. I'm very impressed with your fiery personality and your strong conviction for what you believe in. Although you and I'm not as convinced as Kuhn will make the right speaker, but that's okay. You are. It's okay. I'm okay with that. But I hope we go into the House with the same personality and also advocate for some of the social issues that we tend to focus on. I just heard you say in passing, men have been married to one and he sleeps with another. That's a social issue for me. So I hope those kind of things you have some resolutions, some conversations with your peers and how to address those things that are detrimental to our society. But it was awesome having you here. I really appreciate you coming here. I hope to see you.
Richardson. Yeah. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much. Gibson, thank you for being on the show.
Yes.
Thank you, Priscilla. Good to see you.
So we want to say thanks to Representative Priscilla Cooper from District Number 5. Much Dorado content is very, very important. And thank God that she will be back tomorrow. I just want to understand who will be that deputy speaker. But Stephen, talk to me on this arrangement. Maybe you know.
No, Senator, I'm not.
No. The arrangement in the sense that, so here come Monday, right? And they're going to, first of all, vote for the speakership, right? Then they have to come back and do deputy speaker again. Can you explain that to us, please?
So the way it goes is they go and vote for the speaker first, and then they reconvene, and then they vote for the deputy speaker. It is not like one ballot and they vote on the 2 positions. They have to vote independently of the 2 positions, which makes the elections very, very interesting. One of the things I like to say, yes, Stanton, it's good we're having this conversation with these lawmakers, but the truism of the matter here is we are not the one making the decision. It is not the Liberian people making this decision. So what will convince me, for example, as an ordinary citizen versus what would be the decider of convincing your fellow colleague as a lawmaker, it's kind of a it's completely two different things. Most of them motivated by their beliefs. You listen to Priscilla talk about how she has assessed Kun and looking at his persona and other things, the basis of it. But still, on Friday will be interesting because tomorrow, that is, they will be coming up according to her with the name of the deputy speaker that they intend to support. Now that could cause, depending on who is selected, an implosion. Could that happen? Will people get, will people become disenchanted and deflect? Will that happen? We don't know. But I hope they can consolidate and come together and make the right choice. And I would love to see on Monday how it plays out. But I think what the decision tomorrow first will be very, very crucial. That decision tomorrow will set the basis for what we can expect on Monday.
And I want to say this is very important while we do our closing, folks. We are doing our closing. We want to say thank you for joining Spoon Talk tonight. We have to leave from here 7, which will be 12 midnight Liberian time, to prepare ourselves to come back tomorrow. We try to squeeze this in. And I want to say, if you are not in the chat room, I think, Steven, you are not. We have to add you to the chat room. If you do not have access, we have to give you access to this network. Listen, guys, we are in this to inauguration and after inauguration. We want to bring Buffer Chima out tomorrow, or probably Richard Kuhn. We need to ask them those questions. Why are we bringing Buffer Chima? There's an opinion out there. It's probably going to be coming out from the Supreme Court. Again, probably the Buffer Chamber, they will have to do a recount, or they will have to go back to doing another election for his district. So it's not over yet. Number one, can Buffer Chamber win that seat? Can he take it from Mr. Williams? Those are good questions. And also, Buffer Chamber is supporting Richard Kuhn. We got a recording of Buffer Chamber saying everything bad about Fonati Kofa. We'll reach out to the Fonati camp to see who they're going to send likewise to speak on this issue. Tomorrow and Saturday will be very important. But I can say this to you, that the president-elect is making phone calls like crazy. He's engaging, he's meeting. That's what I said yesterday. I'll vote for Fonati Kofa. Any one of those representatives is a vote against Jose Yimabwaka. And I want you to hear me and hear me well. This is not only about Richard Kuhn. This is about Jose Yimabwaka on the ballot. Or vote for Fonati Kofa. That you're going to vote for him as representative. It's a vote against the president-elect Jose Yimabwaka. So how can you sell this to your district? That the only thing he asks you for, and you say no. He met Fonati Kofa on a Sunday. Fonati Kofa looked in the eyes and said, no, I do not want to be a deputy speaker. And I cannot stand down. He sent a text message out. Messages went out to lawmakers. Fonati Kofa said, no, do not attend his meeting. And some folks listen to him. These are the names, folks. Take picture and understand how it works. These are your lawmakers for the 55th legislature. If all goes well, these will be your name. These names, people in red, people in yellow, CPP folks. What become of the CPP folks? Are they all supporting? They are like 6 members of CPP. Are they all supporting Musability? Does he have the vote to help Richard Kuhn? Call your lawmakers. You voted for them. Tell them your mindset, because these elections are very, very important. So I want to say to every one of you, it is important for you to know that yes, indeed, Stephen Johnson, you said it. Tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, Sunday will be a very, very busy time for those lawmakers. It will be so busy you will not believe that the last deal, the last crossfire, the last argument will be made. But are they going to listen to Jose Yimabwaka? The call to support Fonati Kofa, or the call to support Richard Kuhn, that Jose Yimabwaka say, I want Richard Kuhn. Will they listen to him? The phone calls he's making right now on behalf of Richard Kuhn, I know who he's talking to. Yes, indeed, you can ask me. Jose Yimabwaka spoke to Musability. I can say it. The other people he spoke to, I'm not saying it. And because I say I'm not going to go there, because he's stepping into Fonati camp. But he is speaking to them individually. The caucus from Lofa, that of Nimba, going down to Bon County. Let's explain it. Who on Jose Yema Barkasa? Steven, stop me before I call two other names that will scatter the whole thing tonight.
I'm going to almost say.
Yeah, Philip Pastor said. If I want to call two names,
that one, all right.
Tonight, Fonati Kofa will be having bad dream. I cannot call them. But these are elections, and I hold my peace till tomorrow for us to see. But again, guys, we'll probably bring in Richard Kuhn or Fonati Kofa or someone from the camp. But I'm ready seriously. I'm going to bring in Buffer Chimbo to talk about this election and the speakership position and the opinion coming from the Supreme Court. May God bless you all. A beautiful show. Thanks to Presidia. Thanks to our brother Tag One Way. Let's say Tag One Way make an argument. It's all trending now on social media. They say they must escape from Sabibo. We are not Sabibo. We didn't escape from Sabibo, okay? We're just here to ask some good questions. Let's close the show. Dr. Richardson.
Another good show today. This is exactly what we need to do the job for the Liberian people, sort of teasing out what contributions the people who want to be leaders of our country have made to Liberia. Todd came with a feisty, good argument, but soon when he got questioned, he kind of said that he had to leave. Again, I think we brought up here that a person can be corrupt whether you belong to Unity Party, CDC, Liberty Party, or CPP. So it doesn't matter. And your party doesn't really tell you, coming from a different party doesn't determine whether you're going to exercise check and balances in the country, as Ta argued here tonight. It was great having Miss Priscilla Cooper on the show, Representative Priscilla Cooper on the show. It's always music to my ears when I can hear a female in Liberia speak and be a part of the decision-making process. Yes, y'all know how men have said on the show how challenging it is to be in this space, in the political space. Women get told all kinds of things, but she's pressing on, and I hope that she will continue to champion the causes of the Liberian people. So, guys, it was a great show. Good analytic thinkers here tonight. The questions you asked, the things you said, I really appreciated it. So thank you so much. It's been a long day today. I had to do a presentation on having difficult conversations with my colleagues. School just started, so I'm ready for bed right now. But thank you, guys. And on the side, Stephen, there was a presentation on AI today. I thought about you.
Oh, okay.
You know AI is in music and everything?
Yeah. They got it at different levels. So it's interesting.
Yeah.
And you're the teacher there, you're coming cash hotter.
Yeah, I always taught academic. Actually, this guy was in support of it. The speaker, he said we have to embrace it. It's like
it's a new place the world going now.
Yes.
Anyway. Right, we want to say AI. Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Conor Gray.
One thing. It was a great show, actually. One thing I want to say is I think parliamentary procedure works like this. When you elect the speaker, I think the speaker presides over the election of the deputy speaker. I think that's how it goes. So this will be the very first test. This is the test of the branches of government. If you elect the speaker and the speaker presides over the election, you also would be challenging or supporting President-elect Joseph Boyka before his inauguration. So to set that agenda, we continue to say, and for me, I'm not for hauling and pulling government. From what I heard from Tar, it seems as though they're trying to create a bottleneck in the House of Legislature, just so they can stall the effort of President-elect Joseph Boakai if inaugurated. I don't think that's where I want to see Liberia going. We've rumbled and bickered too much as a nation. We fought 14 years of civil war. We came to a point where we're supposed to lead on behalf of our people. And you know, I heard somebody was talking about, I think it was Dwalu. Look, regardless how you look at, even here in the United States, we're a welfare nation. You have to take some of that national wealth to spread it around so that people can survive. So when you have lawmakers sharing part of their income, that's just what the nation is all about, sharing what you have with others. The only thing Madam Priscilla said that moved me was that the issue of empowerment. Until you can empower people to do away with asking for arms, definitely Liberia is going to remain a wealthier nation for a long time. And I like the fact that she was feisty, and that's what you need in that house. You need a voice, and I think she has the voice. Even Brother Gay that came earlier, um, I think they come in with, even though they're newcomers, they're freshmen, lawmakers, but they come in with some degree of knowledge that you can tap upon to make the next 6 years very interesting to watch. On the other hand, I think Funadi still represent that deep state, other people interests that normally probably may not represent the interests of our people. And that's what got me so cold hearted and very scared that if that person were to be elected speaker, we're going to go nowhere. And I don't think that's the ideal place I want to see Liberia moving in the next. I'm tired with this bickering thing. Look, let's lead the country so that we can be a prosperous nation just like Rwanda. Don't believe if you want to start do the opposition, well, go in the private sector and then do the opposition there. But let the people that are elected to represent the Liberian people, let them lead with success so that we can have a peaceful nation to go to tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, Stanton, thank you, man. To the audience, you got no idea, man. We love
in
you.
Liberia. Let me finish. I go, man.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Look, I'm in his house. He ain't going anywhere. He home.
That's true. Oh,
nah, it's cool. LC can't power.
LC. My generator going up, but that's okay. That's okay. My generator going up. Listen,
go check on before they reconnect it and give it to them.
Boy, don't miss that.
Go check it. Go check it.
Generator. That's a lot of LDC.
I'll tell you one story. One lordy man generator on a tap.
Generator
on a tap floor stator.
Nobody can take generator in a fence.
The man had a long extension cord. The courage just pop it. Ask one. I needed to connect the extension. Then they had a generator on rope, carry it down. So it's still all beating. He still got leather in the car.
You go.
Let go.
Look, let me tell you, I agree with Dwalu and I disagree with Remy Gray on the disposition of lawmakers talking about how they're going to take help people. I think the way it was said doesn't represent. Every lawmaker will help people. We know that. Every lawmaker will have family members coming. When they are getting married, they will write you. Their birthday, they will write you. We all know all of that. But if you go into the house with the mindset that you have some kind of special assistance to give to the people, that's when you take anything the people bring. Because you're going to go for the bribe that the president will bring, and you will take those money because you have people to help. The responsibility of the lawmaker is not to be sharing money around. The responsibility is to make laws that will transform the life of the people. That's why it is. And let me just tell you something. I don't like Fanati Kofa, but the guy is very organized. I don't like him because, but this guy, his colleagues go to him for advice on legal matters. I don't like him that much, but this guy is a very, very friendly person. He knows how to get around his people. He down to earth. This is what people are pulling towards Fanati Kofa. I don't like him, but look at the way he organizes things. I don't like him, but when he was leading committee, look at the way he organized committees. But I don't like him. But that's the way it looks. So look, Fanati Kofa will be speaker. Kun will not be speaker, and Kun rather go for deputy speaker. He will also lose because the person that from Unity Party now that going for deputy speaker will definitely win. And then this is just a prediction. It may come 40, it might come real. But I enjoy the show. And Dr. Richardson, I'm not trying to form any show to compete with Spoon. Spoon is a big show. And before I do anything, I will most respectfully do the honorable thing and say, hey, Stanton, my man, you did this, and I'm trying to do new thing. I want to always be able to come back and offer my opinions and be friends and talk to people. That's the way I want to be. I don't want to be an antagonist to any media institution. In fact, I believe that media institutions should collaborate. But at this point, no, I'm not there yet. I plan that in the future, but I'm not there yet. So I will still be coming on Spoon. And when Priscilla come, Madam Cooper come, I will come. Please put me on because she shouldn't be running away from people. We should be there and make it tough for them. Thank you very much.
You can tell us more about your stay in Liberia. I will come early too. I
will come early to tell you about my stay, to tell you how the motorbike men almost knocked me off.
That's not correct. The man received money from Samuel Twe. These are the things. These are the things. Man, you feel telling your own. But if you're telling your own, Dwalu, I beg you, let me give this thing. Okay. These are the same reason they put Samuel Twe on sanction for. Okay, he using money, power to just pour everything. He had made promise to Gerald, to Gibson, and everyone of them. We discussed that story. We know the station, everything.
That's not true. You know? I don't even know Samuel Twe. I don't talk to him. How would I get money from somebody I don't talk to?
Thank you, Gibson. Let post something, man.
All right, guys. Thank you very
people, the audience, everybody, Gibson, stay safe out there. Everybody, man, you're thank you for the engagement. Look, pragmatism. There are three things that develop a country. Three things. They're very basic. Okay, they're very basic. You have to find your brightest minds. You have to be pragmatic, and you have to be constitutional and forceful about your intentions. I had no qualms against Madam Cooper and her intentions, and Brother Colonel Gray. I understand our culture. People get small things. I can guarantee you there is nobody in Liberia who is going to a legislature where they did nothing for them, that they gave them more than $40 or $50. That small thing that we gave you. A man does not need small thing. If we reduce legislators' pay to $3,000, by the way, the Ghanaians legislator, they don't make more than $3,000 a month, by the way. In fact, the average income of the Ghanaian legislature is $40,000 per year, per annum. If we reduce the salary to $3,000 and we took the difference of that money, that means each district in the Republic of Liberia, they get close to $100,000. This is what that means. It means in every single district in the Republic of Liberia, you can open a tire rethreading compound. You can open a brick making factory. You can open a resoiling. Put the people to work. Let Mr. Cully make some money. If you don't empower Mr. Cully, we're going to continue to go through this ringer like a ferry in the Ferris wheel. We just commotions, we're having actions, but we're going nowhere. Now, I'm not suggesting that you cannot help. This issue about, we pay YFE. I got 12 children in school. I'm paying the school fee. This is complete hogwash. This is crazy, folks. The public schools must be built. The bulk of our money must go to building the institutions that will govern this society. Imagine, look, a lot of people went to public schools in Liberia. They build these public universities, these public high schools, put the money there, pass a law where no more than 35% is used to run the government. Look, I will continue to say this. I'll give it to Stevie. If you want to work in government, if you cannot settle for $3,000, this is not we're not that kind of country. We don't get that kind of money. The budget is bad. It's $600 million. It's chicken feed. Thank you, man, guys. I'll give it to you, Stevie.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Dwalu. It's been a wonderful show. And as always, we come here to talk about Liberia, and if and when we have the opportunity to engage those who are presiding over the Commonwealth, we try as much as possible to engage them in ways that we can be able to unearth some of the issues that our people may want to ask, and they don't have the opportunities that we do. I believe Liberia has come a long way, and as we move towards these inaugurations in the next couple of days, we have to rethink reimagine our country, we have to look at Liberia from a different prism. We got to look at it in the context of how can we help to promote our nation? How can we help to rebrand our country? And one of the ways we need to do is we need to look at our history. Oftentimes, when you read the history of successful nations, they write their history as one of victory. The history is not a sad history. The history is about conquering, leading men into war, winning the war. As we rebrand our country, we need to look at our history. Our history, at times, since a sad story, people left from here, they went there, they enslaved the local. But there are positives in our history. Liberia was the beacon of hope for Africa. Liberia led Pan-Africanism in Africa. We offer hope for people like Nelson Mandela, Walter Sisulu, Miriam Makeba. The Black Panther sought refuge, Marcus Garvey. Liberia represented the lone star of Africa. Our history has to be written to reflect that Liberia, this little nation on the west coast of Africa, is a ginormous nation. It's a nation with deep history, a nation where heroes and heroines have come from to lead change, to lead fight against apartheid, against colonialism, against whatsoever. This is Liberia. And the second thing I'd like to say also.
Sal.
Thank you. The second thing I'd like to say also is, many times we hear this lawmaker is a bobo lawmaker, this lawmaker is a bobo lawmaker. We've heard that many times. But have we asked ourselves what rudimentary trainings are we giving those lawmakers before they enter the legislature that will allow them to be effective? I think the legislature has to redefine and relook at the whole idea about legislation. Offer crash courses for lawmakers. Let them be given a bouquet of information. By the time they take seat, let them be giving crash courses, whether it's on understanding the budget, bringing experts to do presentation, how to look at budget, how to analyze, what to see, look for in the budget. Whether it's lawmaking, how do you effectively carry out lawmaking? What are the understanding? You might have basic understanding. How do you review a concession? What are the things you look for? How do you also write a bill if you want to? But because we allow our lawmakers to enter, they basically school themselves in lawmaking. And so by the time they enter, they just join a cabal of corrupt people and they all just go with the flow. We need to rethink. We need to put in place a system that will guide that transition. Most of us who go to the legislature, we've never been lawmakers before. We don't even know the parliamentary procedures, the rubber rules there. We don't know. There has to be some kind of intervention. It is a crash course that will help guide lawmakers. By the time they enter, they can go through a week of orientation. They're going to work Monday. By Tuesday, they will be in session. So whether they have understanding of what they're doing there is just based on general knowledge and what they see. So whether you voting, the parliamentary procedure there, how you put forth your point, all those things, and there's no layout procedure to guide them. But still, I think it's a great show. Looking forward to tomorrow. I hope and pray. I will fast and pray tonight that Chambers can appear.
It will be fast and pray. No, seriously, listen, guys, and Stephen, you know this. A lot of things happening that involve even George Manawea. As much as Jose Yima Bwaka making phone calls, George Manawea is also making phone calls. This may surprise you. They are pushing right now Besonga family. Though Besonga reluctantly say no. But George Manawea say he's asking, he's begging for them to push Besonga as one of his point men for Besonga to be pro tem. And we don't know where that will happen. Because that train left the station already. Now it's onto this speakership position. The speaker position, you got to understand, a vote for Fonati Kofa is a vote against Jose Yima Bwaka, the president-elect. And he's taking this very seriously. He's not playing. And you don't want to promise him. And you turn your back, you say, yes, Mr. President. Then you turn your back and go vote for Fonati. That's the problem. A lot of people promising him, but they are turning their back and they want to play game. Be firm. The Bible says the double-minded man is unstable in all his ways.
You do not want to be unstable with this decision. It will haunt you tomorrow. Because if you mess with Joseph Iman Braga, I don't know what will happen. But we are pleased to announce to the folks. Let's give this announcement real quick. As you can see, they're calling me for Subway, but I will have to give this announcement. Do you want to read it for us? One of our followers said, please help us read this.
Musu Hannah Brown Sando. Oh, in loving memory of. Okay. December 24, 1956 to January 11, 2024. It is with deep sorrow that the Sando, Brown, and Chesson family inform you of the passing of our beloved mother, sister, and aunt, Musu Hannah Brown Sando. This heartbreaking event occurred on January 11, 2024 at the local hospital in Marietta, Georgia. Detail regarding funeral arrangement will be announced at a later date. Contact Christiana Musa Bo, daughter. Her number is 770-820-3371. And Norman Sando, this is son, 678-472-6878. And also Jerry C. Brown is a brother, 678-608-8142.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dwalu. That's the reading of this death announcement. We want to say, if you do have your announcement, I like how the person sent it. They just sent it to me. You know what? But it's just simple,
very simple,
straightforward. Don't confuse me. Then like that, I will not be able to announce it. But again, to the family, we wish you guys well, and we'll see God's peace. Thank you, folks. Conor Gray, thank you. Dr. Richardson started work today. You know. She said, Stella, I'll be running late. I said, Steven, come here. I reached out to Steven. Steven said, my man, I'm driving home. Daughter said, my man, I got to care. Daughter, why you came back? Because a Priscilla came on?
No, man, my man.
Okay.
My begin game delay. So the boss didn't arrive.
Steven, I just asked them a question, my man. I want to be fair.
Okay, I want my wife food. I had to warm my wife food. And my other two wives, their food, they didn't get warm.
I mean, he didn't bad. You've been funny to settle.
Oh man, good night, Steven. We say thank you very much. Nelson, come on. Good night, Conor Gray.
I tried reaching to you last night, man.
Oh, it was late, man. My website, I couldn't answer the phone last night. Actually,
man, they said the mayors of
I know. Let's talk. I know they reached out to me already, and they want to come. So let's talk.
That's a good thing for our country, man. You know.
Yeah, let's talk. They won't. They are heading to Liberia. They reach out to me. We're going to schedule them for Saturday if they're available. Yeah. So make it happen and let me know, okay?
Yeah. Nelson, man. Thank you, buddy.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Dwadu left. So,
how are you, my brother?
Sir. So Conor Gray, you still coming, eh?
No.
I don't know.
Man, Conor Gray, that scared so you.
I don't know.
Conor Gray, that scared so. Folks, I want to say thank you for joining Spoon. We are so happy to have you. Like always, you make us the biggest. This is where you come to listen. Listen to the conversation I was had today. You know, we are not scripted. Yeah, we are not scripted. We're just here to tell you the fact, tell you the truth. Our ears all over. When I wake up in the morning, I'm able to speak to everyone. And I bring you nothing but the best. Thank God for Steven Johnson, Dr. Richardson, Eugene Fagon, my brother Dwalu, Conor Gray, Prince Maxwell, Fadika, Sister Fatima, and on her way to Liberia. Who else again? Now, Glenny Jr. joining us. Mame, you know, Mame, the very smart young man. Not young man, I'm older than him though, but he's very smart. And a lot of persons coming in with this different squeeze and different ideas. I want to say thank you. We try to bring you the best. If you have any suggestion, please share with us how we can just manage ourselves. But again, we will not just be serious all the time. We'll crack joke, we'll laugh because this is who we are. We are Liberians, okay? Don't get mad. People say, oh, Stanton, why you like Ty Wongwe said that to you? But it's not when we're lying, you know, he's not lying. We move on. It is why it is, you know. We grow up and we move on and we do the better things next time. So please, the brother came to said for that you call for, but as it is, he fell short to the questions. And Nelson, how's your end? I have the pastor that owing me my money from the game. And the only thing we're asking this pastor, Pastor Raymond, is to please say the benediction and go. Don't pick on me. All right, Nelson. You know what I'm eating today, Nelson? Subway. I'm eating Subway. Yeah.
But I ain't serious issue to know. My man Aaron eating shawarma. The
What
man
about
are
shawarma?
calling me. The man
What
are
about shawarma?
It's a kind of bread sandwich. It's a kind of sandwich with
What
chicken
in
in
it?
it. Yeah,
Chicken sandwich?
chicken. Yeah, chicken sandwich.
And they call it
Then they
shawarma?
see yeah, they call it shawarma.
So what
And
I'm
why my
getting,
neighbor?
while I'm getting the Subway, right? I let them eat the Italian bread. The Italian bread look like the fuller bread. And, the one that poor people can bake on Eklund Street or Newport Street, right? All right. So you get the bread, you split it, and you toast it for 15 seconds. No more than 15 seconds. When you toast it for 15 seconds, you split it and open like this. So they put a mayonnaise on it on both sides. Then from there from there you gotta put the how you call it, the turkey and the ham. You fold it one, you fold it one, you fold it one. After you put the turkey and the ham, then I want you to put the lettuce. They put the lettuce on it. Then they put the bell pepper. They slash the bell pepper. The cucumber will come there, or the banana pepper. Then you put onions. Okay.
See,
Then you split it into two.
Serious African there, so.
No, exactly. That's what I'm getting. That is good for in the evening. So you just split it into two. So when you split it into two, 1, 2, you got 3 pieces. And it's whole foot long. You got 3 pieces. Then you get yourself a nice cup of tea or a good glass of juice. Yeah. Then when you eat it, you put your Netflix on or you watch CNN and you just lay back and you say, "Thank you, Lord." This is what you need to do. It's nothing like fat. People say, "Oh, go eat pambato already." I ate pambato already. I'm done. It's nothing like people will say, "Oh, go ahead and eat this one." No, Nelson, this is unique. I'm telling you, seriously. You eat that one, Nelson. You watch your Netflix. You go to bed. Okay. And don't talk about people that don't know how to cook. Listen, Nelson. Not every day you eat rice. Okay. Eat your Subway. Go to your Wawa and eat your Wawa. And I don't know what you're eating, Nelson, but I bring Pastor Raymond home and saying, "Okay, Pastor Raymond." Okay.
I drink water.
You live on, man, shall I live on bread alone, but every water he or she drink. Woo. Go ahead. How you doing, my brother?
Yes, sir. I'm okay, Pastor Raymond. How are you, sir?
I'm not in the mood to cause trouble tonight, so I say this. To God be the glory. Be the glory. Great things He has done. So loved Him the world that He gave us His Son, who yielded His life and atonement for sin, and opened the life gates that all may go. So let's go. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Let the earth hear His voice. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Let the people rejoice. Oh, come to the Father, yes, through Jesus the Son, and give Him the glory. Great things He has done. Hold on. Praise the Lord. No, my man, stop that. I said, great things He has taught us. Great things He has done, and great our
rejoicing through Jesus the Son. Through Jesus the Son. But you and higher and greater will be our wonder, our transport. When Jesus, we see, sing again now. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, let the earth hear his voice. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, let the people rejoice. Oh, come.
Oh, come to the Father through Jesus.
The Son, and give the glory. Great things he has done.
Amen.
May the Lord bless you. May the Lord keep you.
Amen.
May the Lord make the Lord's face to shine upon you, be gracious unto you.
Amen.
May the Lord look upon your favor and give you peace. The peace that surpasses all understanding through Christ Jesus our Lord. And we ask this all in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Praise the Lord.
Amen.
Praise the Lord. Let the earth hear his voice. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Let the people rejoice.
Amen, Pastor very much.
Oh, come. Amen. Oh, my word, wow, man.
All right. Thank you very much. We want to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good
Now, everybody
evening.
be safe. Liberia, y'all be safe. Say hi to the family for me, brother.
Amen. Amen.
Yes, sir.
Amen. Nelson, thank you very much for a wonderful show. Again, we want to be grateful to God for everything. Praise the Lord, whatever you find yourself. Praise the Lord. Great things he has done. Great things he will do continuously. Never, never, never give up. With God, all things are possible. Believe that God is still on the throne. Believe that he will still take us through. Never give up. Not one bit. Always trust and obey. Always believe in the Lord. Wherever you find yourself, in Liberia, outside of Liberia, believe that God's time is the best time. And God will see you through. God will see Liberia through. All you need to do is to praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord, because great things he has done and great things will he do continuously for Liberia, for you, for your family, for your children, for your husband, for your wife, at your job. Great things he's going to do. Do not give up. Don't look left. Don't look right. Do not give up. Trust the Lord that he will do great things. He will do it for you because you believe in him. He will do it for you because you trust him. He will do it for you because he's the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the Lord who is, who was, and who is to come. Continue to trust in him. Don't trust him. Don't trust in man. Don't trust in man. Trust in the Lord. He's the author and finisher of our faith. He's the one that say yes and no man will say no. He's the one that will say no and nobody say yes. He's the God that never sleep. But he's the God that promised hope to the hopeless. Trust the Lord and have a good night. We see you tomorrow. May God bless you. As Pastor Rema say, may God keep you. Have a good night. Thank you, Nelson.
Thank you, sir. Have a good night as well. And we want to say thanks to all of you out there tonight for being a part of this edition of the program Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you who called in. Thanks to those of you who just sat by your radio playing the listening role. Of course, we've been streaming, we've been broadcasting on several frequencies across Liberia. Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1, Super 95.5, and other stations as well. Punch FM 106.7, Gibi FM in Kakata, Gibi County 90.91 point. That's 90.9 FM, Premier FM in Bon County, and Trust FM in Bome County. Thanks to the radio stations in Nimba County as well that are always relaying this program. And yes, we've also been live online for Facebook. We've been live on Spoon TV and Super TV. We're trying to reconnect with the Fabric TV, but we've also been streaming live on YouTube, and the YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. In case you're not subscribed there, you can kindly try to do so. Till we come your way again, my name is Nelson Colette. Of course, thanks to Aaron Kuban, he's been here. Thanks to the CEO and the team, they've been here as well, making sure that you get authentic information about all of the major happenings in Liberia. So we'll come your way again. My name is Nelson Colette. Have a good night. We are coming back shortly with the late night show. The late night politics on Spoon will be on very shortly. That's in about 18 minutes from now. The late night show will be right up here. So you can make up time to join us. Until then, have a good night and bye bye for now.
Spoon TV, Spoon